Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Call Nation Radio Show. I know I said I wasn't going to do a show tonight, but I really, let me see, Tuesday night's Christmas Eve. I might do a Christmas Eve show, Christmas Eve night. Yeah, I think I will do a show Christmas Eve, but I'll take off tomorrow night. Anyway, hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us. This is your humble host and your benevolent dictator, the Call Genesis, guiding you through the next couple of hours. And I'm supposed to have a good friend of mine supposed to be calling in tonight. This is my partner in the Black Nationalist Movement. The guy I started out with. So he's supposed to be blessing us with his presence tonight and his extreme knowledge. This guy is one of a kind, a decorated war veteran. This guy's been around the world and made tours in combat, everything like that. And Naval Academy graduate. So the bottom line is this: the idea of nation building and stuff like that. He did all his reconnaissance and thing, and he knows this. He goes, "It's a go. We could do it." So I take his word on it rather than somebody like Zongo or Afro Dumbass, whatever like that. So we're gonna basically have a good time tonight. So look, like, share, and subscribe. Stop what you're doing. Go get yourself something to eat. Let's say tonight will be peanuts, popcorn, or M&Ms. Grab yourself a bowl of peanuts, popcorn, and M&Ms if you got one. That's what we're eating tonight for tonight's snack. We always have a snack in the Call Nation show, a nightly snack and everything. So yes, the channel is growing. Now, this is a channel more than just a YouTube channel. This is a ground zero of a revolution happening. It can't be stopped. It will not be stopped. Long after I'm gone, long after I'm gone, this is going to continue and everything in perpetuity. The quest for nationhood and the quest to be free from these people. And let me tell you something, like Dollar Bill and I was talking about today. There's this notion out there that our whole sole purpose of being a Black American is fighting for justice and fighting for racial equality and fighting racism. No, God put us on this earth to do much more than that, to just fight for so-called fight racism. That's not what we put on this earth for. But someone has given us that role and whatnot. And so instead of us finding peace and finding happiness and everything like that, we basically put ourselves in a situation where we're like in a hamster on a wheel. We just keep running in circles, fighting so-called racism and everything like that. When the idea all along was we need to part ways with these people, with white America, and build a nation of our own, by any means. If it means bloodshed, it means taking it, it means war. By any means, that needs to be done. We came over here kicking and screaming. We might leave here kicking and screaming. We came here under duress and bloodshed. We might leave here under the same reason. It's not going to be pretty about this. It's not going to be pretty, And so the bottom line, but it has to be done. We cannot keep going on. I cannot, in good faith, leave the next generation this to deal with, And like I said, I'm gonna keep saying this tonight. What really did it for me, what triggered me? I've always been a Black nationalist. I've always been like this, but I never thought I would actually get into this like that. But what did it for me is when two incidents that it was a few incidents, but the main was that killing of Alton Sterling in Louisiana, and the cold-blooded murder of Stanley Crutcher, which basically white America, white Oklahoma, and the society, and we sit there and we're absolutely powerless to do anything about it, to avenge this man. Why? Because the state, the laws say it's all right to blow a man's face right off for doing absolutely nothing but breaking down on the side of the road. That is unforgivable. That's a line that was crossed that can never go back. We can never go back after that. Anybody tells you that is a race traitor, I don't want to hear anything. If you basically say, "Oh well, Stanley Crutcher making excuses for that shit," you are a race traitor. I don't want to hear from you. As simple as that, And watch your back, because I will come for you. But yeah, but there's certain things that lines in the sand, because people talk all the stuff like that, right? And I ask people, "What is your final straw? Where's your line in the sand?" To me, that was it. Those two incidents was it. I mean, I was like Trayvon Martin. That was one thing. I was like really upset about that. Eric Garner, you can say, okay, well, he shouldn't have been selling loose cigarettes. That was unjustified and everything. He might have had health issues and everything. You know, so and then who cares about Four Righteous? Sure, the Four Righteous has mental issues, right? I hope she gets the mental help she needs. The fact she's focusing on me all the time. I never did nothing to this lady. I don't know her. She don't know me. Everything. In fact, she's triggered by my show. She don't have to come on my show. She don't have to listen. I don't listen to her show, so I don't know what she says. That shows you who's winning. I'm winning. That's why people coming at me. They know they can't destroy my message. What they try to do is discredit me, and basically character assassination because they got nothing else. So the bottom line is this: I'm not sitting there just like same way I did with after dumbass. So I'm not going to get upset with some moron from the Gambia thinks. Elvis. I know Elvis is a simp. That's what he does. He's a beta male. He's a simp. So Kung Fu Fanta, I don't know who the hell you are, but if you're a real man, what you do is you come up here and talk to me like a man. To type it in the freaking thing. Afro dumbass is the truth. That showed you what you are. Afro dumbass is the truth. That's funny. So it is what it is. So talk about black problem. What problems do we got? I know we got problems, but there's problems. I mean, black problems. Let's solve problems all together. America, life has problems. Let's solve all problems as it is. So so look, folks. So we're gonna basically do. What's your favorite beer? I tell you what, my favorite beer is Coors Light. I like Coors Light in a bottle. Coors Light in a bottle is my favorite beer. That's my favorite beer. I don't know why, but I don't know what it is. Coors Light in a bottle is my favorite beer. I used to like Bud Light until they went woke on me. You went out that trans shit. But Coors Light. Every time I go get a beer, it's Coors Light. Either beer or draft, or a bottle of draft. Coors Light is my favorite beer. So where's Tolliver? What do you say? Come the enemy brand where you won't know that what? Coors is the enemy brand. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I just drink a goddamn beer. I'm gonna go look into a friggin' shit. What the hell? I don't know who makes Coors, whatever like that. All I know it's a fucking beer and it's cheap and it tastes good at the friggin' bar. Another beer I like is Michelob Light. That's another one. I like light beer. Yeah, he's white. Kung Fu Fanta is white. We don't hold that against him, Pierre. There's nothing wrong being a hot man. So yeah, but tonight's topic is holding on to houses in poor communities worth it, right? And I think about this I thought about this all day today. I think about it didn't dawn on me. Like I'm looking at my life and everything. If I could basically do it all over again, right? I always ask myself, why did we move out of the inner city when I was a kid? Why did we move out of the inner city as a kid? Why was it my fault? Oh, we're gonna move into a better mean white. We moved to a white community and everything in upstate New York, everything. But my cousins stayed in the same city. They turned out great. Let me tell you something. My cousin Robert, right, rest his soul, he died like 10 years ago. Well, we did that about 2015. He died in 2015. My cousin Robert. Anyway, my uncle Albert, who I always talk about, right? The house that they bought in Jamaica, Queens, right? My cousin Robert, he gave it to my cousin Robert. My cousin Robert, at the age of how old was he when he did that? My cousin Robert was like in his early 30s. He gave him a house, right? The house was paid for, mortgage, everything's paid off. All he had to do was pay the taxes every year. My cousin Robert had enough equity built in that house because they bought it back in 1960. He had enough equity in that house to basically, he took out equity and built his ambulatory business. He had an ambulance business, in New York City. Worked with the hospital. He was building the hospitals and different insurance carriers and everything. So he basically had enough equity. He had a start in life, because the house was paid for, And same thing with my cousin Debbie bought my grandparents' house right next door, They bought that house next door, my grandparents' house, and remodeled it and stuff like that, And so we always kept these houses in the family. Look, the bottom line is this, but even though she lived in Jamaica Estates, we bought all these houses up in the inner city that our family moved to when they first came up from the South. And they kept them in the family. Now these houses are worth a lot of money. So I say to myself, man, like I said, even though I own a house now, man, I was like, I look at what I'm paying for mortgage now and everything like that. I was like, what is it really? Was it even worth it moving up? Like we have this idea, because let me tell you something. We all the people who want to talk to us against nationhood and stuff like that. Look, I always ask people, why do they want to move out of the so-called hood? They say it's too dangerous. Now, so if you took away the crime and everything like that in these communities and whatnot, and basically force noise ordinances and cleanliness, everything like that, a lot of these communities would be nice places to live, right? But why doesn't that happen? Because the powers that be don't want it to happen. That's what happens when you basically are ruled by another race of people. They're going to make sure that your life is constantly under stress, that you basically could never group. That's why you can never rise up against them, because our communities are so dangerous, disorganized, and dysfunctional. So all they do is promote dysfunction and foolishness in our community. That's why the communities die. And what people are doing when they move away is they're trying to get away from this toxic culture that's in many parts of Black America that we allow to there. Now that same toxic culture is now even starting to affect middle class Black communities. The toxic culture, the baby mama culture, the gang culture, and everything is affecting all areas. So where is there left to go? Where is there left to go when the affluent Black communities become violent and everything like that? We're gonna be trapped. You mean tell me the only place we could do, look, Pierre, there's violence all over the friggin' Black world. What are you talking about? In African America, every Black country is violent, Jamaica and Brazil is the murder capitals of the world. South Africa is the murder capital of the world. What are you talking about, So I'm not gonna stand here, people just taking shots at Black America, I know you're jealous of Black American men because we look better than you, we're good looking, we're attention. Nobody even heard of your country before, Pierre, whatever your name is. But the bottom line is, Rwanda is a small, tiny country, And the bottom line, Rwanda is not violent. You make my point, Ben. Rwanda does not have any white people, There's always a correlation between having a large white population or presence of white people and violence in the Black community. You don't look better than me, bro. Why don't you come up here and cam up? Come up here and put your camera on. Let's see what you look like. Black American men are the most handsome. That's just a fact. Nobody cares about you or where you come from and shit like that. But we're the talk of the town. Everybody wants to be with us. So. Sorry to put you in your little fucking little hole, I'm not, I'm gay. Now I'm gay. Okay. But what else was I talking about? Oh, Rwanda. Look, Rwanda is basically two groups of people, Hutus and Tutsis. Once you solve that tribalism, yeah, you're going to get rid of crime. Once you have opportunity and everything, yeah, you're going to get rid of crime, But the bottom line is this: if you basically have a society where you got whites there and they're basically running things still and everything, Rwanda does not have a lot of Caucasians living there, bro. They're just tourists there and everything. There's no Caucasians in the government. There's no Caucasians running major businesses and everything like that. They don't have any Caucasians. That's another thing. You guys keep injecting yourself into our countries and affairs. Anytime you guys are there, that's what tribalism. Every time you see a presence of white people, there's always division. The white people are the ones that stoking stoking the division between Nigerians and Black South Africa. It's white people. I look at who's doing it, who's stoking and stuff between South Africa. Black South Africans should have built their infrastructure with the Black continent. It's divested. South Africa is the only country that's divested from the rest of Africa. Why? Because the white South Africa is divested from Africa and is more connected with Europe. Until now, recently, they figured, oh, there's a good market in the Black continent where they could dominate. The bottom line, anytime you have white people in the running Black people's economy or any influence like Kenya and whatnot, you're going to have crime. You're going to have poverty off the chain. You're going to have crime. Anywhere there's whites, look at Brazil. Perfect example I'm talking about. Whites in the power structure, ones in power and everything like that. I changed my mind. Whites are the ones in the power in Brazil. Look at the Black community, right? There's strife and there's violent, Same thing, South Africa, Cape Town. Anywhere there's whites and Blacks live together, there's going to be Black crime. As simple as that. Surprisingly, Nigeria to be the biggest country in Africa really doesn't have a lot. Like Liberia there's no whites in Liberia at all, except for a few annoying tourists that come there, But the bottom line, Liberia is like the safest country you're going to go to in your life, People get along, goes across tribal lines, everything like that, income level, whatever like that. People get along. But you put whites in there in any large numbers and whatnot, Blacks will start turning on each other. That's just a fact of the matter. So we talk about white people and everything, The Lebanese are not really technically white. They're not Europeans. When we say white, we're talking about European, Western Europeans. Lebanese, I've met a lot of Lebanese in Liberia. They're cool as shit, man. They're cool as shit. They know how to assimilate. There are no Caucasians living in Liberia. I go there. I'll be there next month. There are no Caucasians in Liberia. Never was. There's no white settlements. White people cannot own land. They can't be citizens in Liberia. That's what ancestors did right, So the bottom line is this, all the Caucasians, you got some missionaries and whatnot that basically go there and stupid like that, but they're not this. I always talk about I'm lying. I go there. My wife is Liberian. You talk about I'm lying. My wife is Liberian. I know all about the country. When there ain't no white people in Liberia. And the bottom line, when you do see a white person in Liberia, everybody's like, what the whole idea is like, what the fuck are you doing here? What the hell are you doing here? Why are you here? Liberia doesn't have a colonial past or nothing like that. They have no reason to be there whatsoever. That's what I'll be like. Why? I mean, my whole attitude when I see them in Liberia is like, why are you here? If I want to see white people, I'll come to America. I got plenty of white friends in America. You stay here in fucking America. I'll come see you. When I'm in Liberia, I do not want to see any white people. I don't. I know I don't go there. I go there. I'm just telling you what I see. The bottom line is you're not wanted in Liberia at all. The only people they want in Liberia is Black America. That's it. So look. So all you white people, the interlopers are butting in our business. Kung Fu Fanta, I think you should go to the Gambia. They love white people over there. You don't see Liberia. You don't see Liberian mess with white men and whatnot. You don't see prostitutes and everything like that. But go to the Gambia where Afro dumbass is from and whatnot. You want to be a pedophile and go over there and mess with underage girls and boys and whatnot. Go ahead, go to the Gambia. But don't ever get caught with that shit in Liberia. Don't let any of our people catch you over in Liberia doing that shit, So every time you see white people in Liberia, they can't even basically look you in the face. When I look at white people in Liberia, a few of them I see, they basically can't even look you. They know I'm African American, right? And they just shut away like they're terrified, So I love it, I love it, Yeah, so I'm lying. Oh, whatever. But holding on to houses in the poor Black community, I think we could. But how do we basically do that when we can't have no ability to fight crime and stuff like that in the communities and whatnot. That's what really drives people out of the communities: crime and violence. That's a shame. You know, you're just racist. I'm not a racist, bro. I'm not a racist. I got white friends and family. You know, I just don't like. I just believe that there's a place for you in the world, which is not around me. You know, you got to go. I don't want to see you when I talk about Pan Africanism and African, my ancestral homeland. I don't want white people. Absolutely not. You know, absolutely not. They gotta go. You know, if we could all agree on that, man. Y'all got to fucking go. You know. Now, Kung Fu Fanda, if you say you're from Italy, I'll say, yeah, I might come up there and have a drink with you. You know, let's have some wine. You know, some Italian wine. When it comes to Africa, you know, like this, you know. Yeah, oh yeah, America's for me, Africa's for you. Oh Lord, like I said, mental illness out here. Mental illness, man. Like I said, we're gonna deal with mental illness in our community, right? In the world, man. These people are crazy. Black people want to be white. White people want to be black. Men want to be women. Women want to be men. Up is that right? Down. Down is up. You know, nobody wants to their friggin' roll. You know. A tolerant. My neighborhood is huge, right? I'm sitting on a couple acres right here. My neighbor is way over there. I'm over here. You know, so the bottom line is this: I'm in a neighborhood, right? That basically we're not on top of each other. So it's not like I'm living around anybody. You know, I got people, black, white, and everybody in my neighborhood. You know, so whatever. You know, well, you want to be around black people, Kung Fu Fanta. What do you want to do? You want to make Africa white? Principe, was that a shot at me? I gotta delete that. Uh, yeah, put Principe on timeout for taking a shot at me like that. You can't do that, Principe. You can't disrespect me like that, bro. You better than that, you know. Africa is my family, man. Get out of here. All you want is the resources and underage girls in Africa. Please, you ain't fooling nobody, you know. So, white man, look. The bottom line is, you are your ancestors. Your ancestors raped and enslaved the continent. You don't just come in here and say, "Oh, Africa's our friend." No, no, Africa's not your goddamn family. You know. You got to own up for what your ancestors did. You know, I'm sorry. It don't work like that. You know, I'm gonna teach Africans how to hate. You know, I'm gonna teach them how to hate. you know, So bottom line, you could go to people, take your Afro dumbass people, whatnot. They love you, whatnot. Don't let Afro dumbass fool you, whatnot. Bro. You know, bottom line is the last thing people in Africa want is seeing you. You know. Yeah, that's what I say. All you got these white people in there preying on African children and whatnot. You know, not saying that's what he's doing, but I see an awful lot. You know what gets me about white people? They friggin' basically do all this shit. They see people look like them do all this shit, right? But yet they think we're supposed to just ignore that. And no, it don't matter. It don't work like that. When I know there's some black people in America committing crime, but guess what? I gotta live with that shit every day. I gotta pay for it by the way white people look at me. You know, like I'm the one committing crimes. So why should you get a free pass? You know, if everybody else is judged by what a few bad people do, why shouldn't you friggin' have the same thing? Why can't we do the same thing to you? What's white? It's all this white privilege that you get to walk around free and white and whatnot, and everybody else is burdened by racism and everything like that. Please, so he just don't get it though. He just don't freaking get it. He don't get it. He don't get it. He don't get it. You don't just basically. I'm sure Kung Fu Fanta, your intentions are probably good, but I'm sorry, you can't erase history, bro. You can't do it. You can't erase history. And I'm not gonna forget history and be like, no, I'm always like, oh, let's move on, let's get along. No, it don't work like that. You know, the white man left us with scars and damage and whatnot. And I'm living on the damage of what your ancestors did. So the bottom line to me, there's no forgiveness. So I don't know. I don't know. So like I said, I'm way off topic when I holding to housing poor black community. Like I tell that idiot Elvis yesterday. You know, the bottom line is you got black people in certain communities, right? That if you got a house that's paid off, you know, and like I said, I know a lot of people in communities that now would live over there in Huntersville. When not, yeah, you go to Huntersville, yeah, the neighborhood may be run down and not run down, but old and whatnot, you know, but people ain't paying nothing but personal property, nothing but property taxes on that house. They ain't paying no mortgage, no nothing like that. All they do is paying water, electricity, and some property taxes. Much nothing. And a lot of times people ain't paying no damn. They're not paying rent or they're not paying no damn. What you call a mortgage and everything like that. Who's the fucking one? Why you go out there, just new generation, just come to this country. Of course, you're stuck with a mortgage. The mortgage is only 20 years. You know, you got people out there. Basically, I know my uncle Al. I remember when he paid off his house back in he paid it off in the early 90s. You know, and a few years later, he gave it to my cousin Robert, his son. You know, my cousin Robert, right? And that was a hand up in the world. You know, you live in New York City with a house paid for. You know, so it is what it is, you know. Is KBM and Kung Fu Fanta the same person? I don't know. Is that the same person? I think they're the same person. So it is what it is. So I don't know. I don't know, man. What the hell's going on? My Caucasian brother, Ross Moist. You're a race trader. I knew it. Ross Moist, you're a race trader. You call him your Caucasian brother. You are a race trader, bro. No, you're the coon, bro, because you're a friggin' race trader. I see. I just got you basically saying that you call him a Caucasian brother or not. Howdy, man. That's corny, man. Ross Moist, man. You a cornball. You know. You know. Oh Lord, man. This shit. You guys been around Afro dumbass too long or not? You learned how to coon. So it's like this, He's your Haitian brother. Oh man, this is funny. This is just so hilarious, man. Hilarious. This is hilarious, man. Stop pushing me before I say something that I'm gonna regret. Kung Fu Fanta. Push me to say something I'm gonna fucking regret saying. So just stop it. I can't, but not you. You're 1.7% Caucasian Ross moisture. Oh wow, that makes a big difference. Wow, you got 1% Caucasian blood in you, so that makes you a Caucasian brother. Oh Lord, man. Like I said, we need real help for mental illness in our community in the black race. Mental illness, man, has it's just really bad. Look, I gotta play a video tonight. I just hope my brother can come in tonight, man. He said he was gonna come on tonight, but he made me. It's gonna be on right now because all my black nationalist brothers right there are joining me now. They know how to do AI. I don't know shit about AI. I mean, Dollar Bill knows how to do it. But my brother David Hitt did this AI video. It was off the chain. Let me see if I can pull this up. I can pull this up. Let me see if I can pull this up. Now, where's my WhatsApp? All the time, this freaking motherfucker kept popping up out of nowhere. Popping up out of nowhere. And then friggin' now I go look for it when I. Oh Lord! Don't tell me I gotta go through all this shit again. Oh wait a minute. Maybe. Hold up. How do I put the friggin' thing now? Okay, nope. It's not on a friggin' thing. Where the hell is the? Oh my god. Okay, here we go. What's that? There we go. Whoa. Okay, recent. Okay. Okay, folks, give me a second while I mess with this. Okay, David hit video. Okay, hold up. Okay, maybe you can see that. Okay, folks. Okay, I'm gonna see something. I got a real treat for you if this works. I got a real treat for you, folks. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh man, I don't know, folks. I'll get it later. I'll get that later. I'll get that later. I don't get it, man. Like I said, this is what the hell, man. That's why I said when people send me stuff or whatnot, I swear to God, please send it to me. All my friends, I love you, man. But if you're gonna send me something to play, send it to me by email. You know, matter of fact, let me put my email address up. Send it to me by email. Because the bottom line is, when I get on here, I cannot freaking pull up WhatsApp, you know, at the same time and share it. You know, so send me stuff by email. Email works. So I don't know, folks. It's just I don't know. It's just a pain in my freaking neck. But by the time this show's over, I am gonna definitely have this video up. Let me see if I can just click on the video outside of WhatsApp. Let me see. It's inevitable. Let's see. It's on Instagram. Okay. Okay, that's right. Okay, it's on Instagram. Oh no. What the hell? I watched a video. It says foundational Black Americans restore town down by Ghanaian government. Wow. I think they talk about that Hebrew Israelite town. That wasn't the government that did that. It was just a bunch of friggin' idiots who did that in Ghana. That's the Hebrew Israelite town that there was, I think. They found that black men understand that there's no place on earth where escape our problems. Be safe entering down That's a shame. You know what the friggin' that we were already here, Negroes, or that Africa is the enemy people. They don't understand. Like I said, the people that friggin' did that shit uh, to those brothers, they don't understand. You just made our connection to Africa just that much more difficult. But now what they do is they use that as ammunition to say, "See, y'all thought y'all could go to Africa and say so." What you call yeah? So what? That's the problem, right? You know, when saw a video where they said now the FBA people are linking up with the Hebrew Israelites people over there to make Ghana look bad because of what happened with those guys getting their property seized and taken away, and they're trying to help them rebuild. So, like I said, man, you people out there that keep fighting us and whatnot, and letting these FBA people, ADOS people, win. You ain't doing enough doing the whole movement in Africa any good because there's people out there that just want all of us this Africa talking. Look at For Righteous. She her whole thing is she hates being considered African. So how can I go to somebody like Kung Fu Fana, who's a white man, and he says he wants to be part of Africa, right? And you got so many so-called Black Americans who don't want nothing to do with Africa. You know. So the bottom line is it's just sad, it's sad that we got mental illness, like why mental illness in the Black community. Oh no, Ross Moisture, he says there was a white person who signed their independence in Haiti. Oh wow. Thank you, Ross Moisture. I feel better already. You know, Mr. 1% Caucasian. you know. Atawa says, "You say what you want to say. I hear what I want to hear." I don't know quite what that is. Atawa just talks out of her ass or what. I don't know what the hell she be saying half the time. But hey, more power to her. One day I'll figure out what she's talking about. Then one day she'll figure out what she's talking about. So it's just fucking hilarious, man. Hilarious to me. You know, somebody put a feather in For Righteous's ass. Now she's all over me. You know. So the bottom line is this, Kung Fu Panda, I don't want to hear your advice on shit, lease land. We're not, ain't no lease land as far as, any land that we lease, what's going to seal lease? We put a gun to the fucking head. They should have guns. Had they had guns and whatnot, like I told them, you have land, you better protect it at all costs because the savages will come and take it back from you once you built it. They came over there and just started, oh, yeah, your lease is up, right? But all the infrastructure you built, we're going to keep that. No compensation, no nothing. Oh, Lord, so it is what it is. Oh, so you're a dude? I thought you was always so tolerant. I thought you was a female, man. I was sorry about that, bro. I honestly, I thought you was a female. Maybe it's that feminine energy you give off. Wow, Principe's going at Ross Moisture. Woo. Yeah, right. Principe, man, you're on my good list now today, man. You're on my good list today, bro. Principe Rod, goofy, bro. He worshiped white folks. Once claimed we would delete the white folks. And I told you, yeah, Principe, you know what it is? Ross Moisture probably dating some white girl, man. He's probably with some white girl right now, You know. Oh Lord, yeah. It is. Oh my God, it's funny. Oh boy, it's hilarious. Well, anyway, so I can't put this freaking video up. I have a video my brother sent me tonight. Basically talking about when you see this video, it's off the chain. It's everything about the Afghanistan, my AI video about the Afghanistan, what we're gonna do right there in the video, man. It's bringing off the chain with a message, you know. Yeah, so it is what it is. Roz Magoofy, Prince of Peace called Ross a goofball. Wow, man, this is getting heated in here, man. I said, Baruti, what are you asking Kung Fu Fanta about the Afghanistan? He has nothing to do with it. I could care less about what a hot man thinks about what we're gonna do with about our future. You know, like, well, why in the world? Like I said, man, y'all gotta get out of this cooning shit. You know, what the hell you asking a freaking white man about what the Afghanistan or me or talk about? You know, freaking ridiculous, bro. What's going, Wise? What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, so Carla, hey, I was just thinking about just saying about should we keep our houses in inner cities? Yeah, we should, man, because whether you sell it or keep it, the property value that you have, you're mortgage free or um their value increases and you make money off of it, you know.
Right. That's all I was trying to
So
explain to Elvis yesterday. Not everybody's fucking paying bills, struggling like he thinks. You know, a
no, it's
lot of
not because I mean
yeah,
I grew up in Inglewood, California. You got a lot of black homeowners out there
yeah,
because
paid
you know, they,
paid off from back in the days.
yeah, they moved in during white flight, you know.
Yeah.
So it's same thing with Compton. So now you got black belt owner of homes. The problem is that, can they give it to the kids and can the kids keep up with paying the taxes on it? That's the
Right. And
issue.
what I think is a lot of time is this. You know, we have never prepared our neighborhoods for the future. We just let them get run down and everything. And people, I'm moving out of here. I can't wait to move. I would never understand that. Why people are like, as soon as I get some money, I'm moving out of the hood. When I,
Yeah.
and then when they move to the next neighborhood, the crime and all that follows them. Not only it follows, it's waiting for them. You know,
And the problem is too, I'm not gonna say all white communities, but we move to the suburbs. And unless it's like diverse, it's very diverse and mixed. You move to a white suburb, you got problems way in there too.
yeah, they got look. When I grew up in the white suburb, man, I see more violence, more drugs, more everything. So this suburban life is highly overrated. You
It
know,
is. It
you
is.
know,
Yeah, when I was living in Riverside, man, I saw a lot of white meth heads. I gotta be careful out there because I saw some skinheads out there. They
yeah.
never mess with me, but they're out there. So it's crazy how the white media tries to like cover
Well,
up their
and the
dirt.
Africans buy into that shit. That's why they end up getting killed when they go to these neighborhoods,
Yeah, man, they
these
have the
states, and
street
whatnot.
smarts
You
like,
know.
man, you don't know what's going on, bro. Live here long enough and then you come back and talk to me.
Yeah, when you just come here, you just move out to the white suburb and whatnot. You think, oh, America's paradise, dude, man. Until you get your Negro wake up call, you know. And they're
Hmm.
always finding like in New Jersey, there was like 5 different cases where Kenyans were found hung, and everybody
Mm,
said it was a suicide. How the friggin' somebody all these suicides all of a sudden, you know?
Nah,
exactly.
that's a lynching. You know, every once in a while they got
Everybody's
little.
a lynch. That's a friggin' lynching. You ain't no
Selection.
Yo,
suicide.
what's up,
Somebody went and
panel?
hung
What's up?
himself.
Good evening, panel. Good evening,
What's
Colin. Good
up,
evening,
Doc? What's
Colin.
up,
It's been
Dave?
a
What's going on,
while.
Good
brother?
evening.
Yeah, so I mean, we shouldn't have sold out. You know, Colin. I blame integration for these things too.
Yeah, integration. Also,
I mean,
we
like we already we already had communities. You know, like
yeah,
we already had.
what it is. Let me tell you something. What it is, brother. It's like, look, this is how Black America is like. And like I said, I went through it too, right? We always were taught that white was better, you know. The
Yeah,
nearest I got to
the old
thee,
saying, the white man ice is always colder.
you
That's
know,
what
so
they
we had to
always
move
say.
into the white neighborhood like Elvis or
Yeah.
whatnot to feel like we're half a human, you know. We get
Yeah,
caught
but
up
that
in
was
this shit.
integration. We already had home ownership
We had
locally.
home ownership. We had rows. We had
So
row
what?
houses in every
So
community from
so
back
so
in the
what?
1920s.
So what all the older black folks should have did was just hold on to it and just keep it passed down generation, like you said. Keep paying the water bill, the water commission, the
And
water
the freaking
department.
taxes,
Keep
just
paying
pay
the
it off.
taxes and just keep rolling it over, and the equity will build up generation by
Here's the one thing,
generation.
brother. That's a problem, right?
The property value.
Black, when you talk about equity in homes, right? The only time black people get equity in home when they live in a predominantly white neighborhood. Banks basically ignore majority black neighborhoods. Like, as far as some black people get lucky, right? And be like, okay, you get a loan when you see those people, right? Their house paid for.
I think too is the overall upkeeping of the neighborhood too.
Yeah,
You know,
all that has to worry. That's why they
we
have
failed
homeowners
we failed
association.
we failed to update the
But it's
community.
not as that, bro. It's just
Out
that's
of-
just redlining.
no, but I'm talking about in our own communities, like predominantly
They
black
don't
communities.
hold. Why? This is what
Well,
we're saying.
sometimes we fail too to
Yeah,
update
this is
it.
one thing. Let me tell you something. This is how I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Let you guys have it after this. Yo, look, I work in neighborhoods, right? Like I had this neighborhood out in Portsmouth called Churchland, Town Point, right? It was built back in the 70s, right? But it's a black suburb, right? Real nice house, right? On the outside. The same exact neighborhood is in Virginia Beach, predominantly white, mixed race, mixed white and black and everything. But get this: when you go in, and when I go into houses in Churchland, right? I'm like in 1975. When I go to the community, even my brother, he's in Virginia Beach too, right? All the houses when you go in Virginia Beach, black, white, whatever like that, are remodeled, right? The kitchen's new, everything's new. The cabinets are new, the bathrooms new, gutted out and everything. And the older
Yeah,
black
but
neighborhoods, they never get those loans and everything to fix their property up,
Carla,
so
you got a
so you,
you got a you got a black at Oliver. He used the hard ER last night. We told him not to do it. He did it again tonight. You gotta block him. Yeah, He's using the
Man,
word nigger
I've been like,
repeatedly.
saying the word, but I did give him a warning, didn't I?
Yeah, that's
Oliver,
messed
I
up.
look, I'm not gonna ban him permanently, but I'm just gonna time him out. One more time, Oliver, and I gotta let you go. No more of that N word, man, because you get me in trouble with this channel and whatnot. You get me strikes against my channel and whatnot. We're dead. We're gone. All right. Anything else, you guys? Like I said, that was basically what I was basically trying to allude to. I said, look, we even though we have these poor communities, if we would have basically went an all-out effort to save these communities and upgrade them, whatnot, we wouldn't even be going through half the stuff we're going through. Half the stuff we're going through is black people living beyond their means. I would say
yeah,
like
yeah,
70% of that. People I know,
yeah.
look, I be seeing people all the time, right? And I know, even though, like I said, I see people in Virginia Beach, right? And I be saying, I was like, I know, I get it, man. It's a beautiful city, right? But I'll be like saying, bruh, and I know you can't really afford to live here. Take your ass back to Portsmouth. And they're like, no,
Carla,
we got Virginia Beach or that. And we be like, yo, man, you can't afford this shit. Don't do it. Why you doing it to yourself? We want better schools. Y'all got everything. Y'all got rec centers. Y'all got Planet Fitness everywhere. Y'all got this. Yeah, we have the gas stations stay open 24 hours. It's just paradise out here. Oh, yeah, I know. But it comes with a price, why? I
Carla,
always ask
my point last night, and for those who are just listening to the conversation, and David's a young guy. I'm sure Wiseman is a young guy. Maybe they're fortunate enough to have inherited homes from their parents or their grandparents that's already paid off. But it's not the case for majority of young black men or women who are working class. So
Oh,
my point last night was making $30,000 a year is not a comfortable salary to have a decent life, especially if you have to pay rent or mortgage. A large
yeah,
bulk of
yeah,
your income goes towards that. So
yeah.
for those who are lucky to have homes that they inherited, yeah, maybe it's less of a
Yeah,
burden when it comes to
my
rent or
cousin
mortgage.
Robert, my uncle Albert, right, gave my cousin Al, my cousin, my uncle Albert gave my cousin Robert his house back. It was what year was that? About 2000, right? About late 90s, 2000. He gave him the house, right? And everybody in the family was jealous when because my cousin Robert got a leg up. He was always my uncle's favorite,
Yeah,
And
it's
so
great.
basically, he took the equity out of the house, right? and he built his ambulance business. You know, he had an
Yeah,
ambulance business that he was thriving. You know, for years. He had an
yeah.
ambulance business. You know, and so he built that. He had like around five vans. He had a crew working for him and everything like that. So basically, he had equity in the house and everything like that. A house paid for him and his wife and his daughter. They don't have to worry about no mortgage or nothing like that. That's a leg up, you know, because the house is paid for.
Yeah.
They moved them uncle out. Moved
Dave,
them.
did you inherit a house, Dave?
Sorta, but we sold it. I sold the house though. I sold it.
Did you have to sell it because there was multiple people that inherited so they can benefit from it,
It
or
was me. It was me and my sister, but we sold it. It was in the Bronx, but we sold it.
Yeah.
right? But that's the point. You think again, you're living in New York, so I'm sure the cost of living is higher.
We got a good bid for it though.
No, I'm saying Kyle and myself was having an argument, right? Which is subjective. But what's arguing that $30,000 for a working person? I said it's not enough. You better be scraping by
All
in
depends
this
on where
time.
you live at. All depends on where. Anyway, brothers,
Where you live at too.
I got hold on. I got a special guest coming on right now, and whatnot. You know, so I want to keep everybody. Please, nobody talking. My special
Put
guest.
it on. I'm gonna put it on mute. I'm gonna put mine on mute.
Everybody go on mute. I got a special guest coming on. My good friend, you know, my partner in the Afghanistan, the Black National Movement, has been with me for years and everything. Like he's basically the founder of this movement, you know. And so, introducing Captain David Hitt, brother David Hitt. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Colin, good. Colin, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother.
Good. Thank you very much for bringing me in on this show.
Oh yeah, you bless us with your wisdom, brother.
No, come on, man. You're blessing everyone with your wisdom too, and thank all the other brothers for coming on here.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Can you tell us about your background in the military and stuff like that?
Yeah, real quick. Back in the day, I went through Annapolis, went to the Marine Corps, was a captain, been overseas. I did Desert Storm and I did Mogadishu, Somalia. So I have my experience in Africa. And I did my best out there to save as many people as possible also. Got a nice family. Met a woman from over in Singapore. Lived overseas for 11 years. So it was really interesting to live outside the country and see the development of Singapore, Malaysia, just Asia in general. It's incredible, actually, what they've been able to accomplish. Seeing a lot in Dubai. I remember when Dubai was nothing but sand, and now it's an incredible place. So then came back to the States, got some kids, good family. You know how it is. They came out good. I was able to beat my children, so that's why they came out okay. So you know how it is. Discipline the kids. And as you well know, brother, I have definitely been a proponent for the independence of African American people. I believe that we have the right to return to the homeland of our ancestors. I believe we have the right to get a piece of territory for ourselves, to create a nation, an independent African American nation for ourselves and by ourselves. And for those who wish to go, great. And for those who don't, they can stay here in America. We don't need them. And this is something that in the future we have to actually look forward to. And we have to accomplish this for the future of our generations. Because you can see right now, like Kala, you and I, we've been talking for many, many years. And then so many things have changed in America in the last, since, like, for instance, in 2008, it was impossible to talk about because when Obama was elected, everybody was like, okay, Black America, we made it, this and that, everybody's going to be cool. 2016 comes, then administration changes. 2020 comes, administration changes again. And this time around, as you can see, especially with the immigration, over 10 million immigrants came into the country. And what happened to Black folks in New York and Chicago and all these other places? We are now a permanent minority in America. So we are at 12% of the population. we will never be the legislative majority in the United States of America. That's just the facts. Those are the numbers. The numbers don't lie. Yet, as 44 million people, based on individual population, we are the 33rd largest nation in the world. 33rd. Based off of the economic output of our people, we are the 18th largest economy in the world. So if 10% of the African American people said, hey, listen, let's leave America and then let's go build a nation in Africa on unoccupied and undeveloped land. I want to be very specific about this. Unoccupied land, undeveloped land. There's plenty of land in Africa that is unoccupied and developed and undeveloped. If 10%, 4.4 million go, there are 100 countries in the world with an individual population less than 4.4 million. 100 countries in the world. And even if 1% of the African American people said, hey, listen, let's take a chance and let's go build this new nation for ourselves, there are 60 nations in the world with an individual population less than 400,000 people. And I've seen a couple of ththose places in my time. 60 nations itself. So I hope that, Kala, as you know, we well know that we are, put it this way, I have the absolute confidence in the African American people to create the Dubai of Africa, the Zurich of Africa.
I have no doubt that we could do this. There's no doubt in my mind.
The Singapore of Africa. And if you just think about the $150 billion that was just spent in Ukraine in this last year and a half, last couple of years under the Biden administration, last couple of years, $150 billion. If we as African Americans had $150 billion, do you know what we could build? The most modern airport on the planet is only $5 billion. It took $5 billion. The most modern port in the world took about a couple of $1 billion to build. Roads, schools, all of that. You can take just that money that was spent and burned in the last 2 years, and we would have enough to build the infrastructure that will be able to support millions of people on our own land, with our own currency. Names of the streets would be named by us. Every building would be named by us. We would own everything. Nobody else outside of the citizenship of this new nation would own a damn thing. Our own schools, our own way of life. I mean, I think you and I agree that we would want kids to eat good food in schools. We want them to get back into physical activities, teach them new things. And then, of course, we would create companies from power, water, HVAC, pharmaceutical industry, computers, manufacturing, hospitality, of course, build nice hotels and nice resorts for people from all over the world to come to us. Imagine that. Imagine we create the Dubai in Africa. And once again, ruled exclusively by us. That means we're not going there to get a lease on land from someone so that they can make a change later on.
Hey, brother, hey, let me ask you a question. Did you see what happened to the Hebrew Israelites in Ghana? They had some land there they had a 50-year lease, but then the Ghanaians out of nowhere just said the lease is up. Wasn't even done, right? The half of it, right? And they went in there, and they in the night they just came in the morning at daybreak and started just coming there, just robbing the place, taking computers out. They had built like this, and the government, and that's why people always say, why can't you just go to Africa? No, see, Brother Hit and I are on the same page. We simply don't trust them, It's simple. And the bottom line is, no one has a right to ask us to trust anybody else besides ourselves.
That's right.
Brother Hit is my brother. I trust him. We come from the same blood.
You say it's the same thing with you, Caleb. It's like, you got to look at this. I hold not only the Europeans responsible for the genocide of the African people, the Holocaust of the African people from the slave trade, but I also hold the Africans responsible too, both of them. We can't just hold one from the other. We got so our
Exactly.
ancestors were sold. Our land was taken away from us. We have the right to return. Us as African Americans, we're a different and unique group of people. We're light skin all the way to dark skin. We got our own way of life. We love football. We like basketball. We have our own way. We're a unique group of individuals. And we have the right to return and to find a small piece of land and create the African American nation ourselves, to be on land ourselves. We have everything what it takes to build our own and run our own government. We don't need help from anybody. No help from no one. I don't need help.
You ever seen? Remember we talked about the South Sudanese with a 99% illiteracy rate? They had the confidence like this. Now you got black people, black America, the most advanced group of black people. There's nobody even coming close to black America in education accomplishment. It's not even close. People say Nigerians. It's not even freaking. They're not even in the same category as us. You know, if anybody that you could say the only thing is we're held captive in America because America needs to keep up this facade of an exceptionalism in the land. You know what I'm saying? They want to keep this facade up. We got to suffer for their idea of America's a perfect civilization. No, it's not. You can't take a race of people and basically be discriminated against them, right? And tell them that you're going to rule over them forever and everything like that in perpetuity. And say, also, the thing is, we never asked to be brought here, and we never consented to be governed by them, you know? So just by that fact alone, you know?
Well, the reality, and it gets back to the numbers. What is always thrown in our face is that, okay, it's a democracy. We are 1 out of 10 people in this country. White people make up almost 7 people out of 10. Okay. And then the Hispanics will make up the other amount. So it's just a numbers game. If there's 10 of us in a room, there's one black person, hey, it's too cold in here, raise the heat up. And you got 7 other people who are white and they say, no, it's too hot. Let's turn it down. That's democracy. I'm sorry, Caleb, but that's democracy. Yeah. So even though as a people, we are the 33rd largest nation, and I want people who are listening, you know where Australia is? We have more people than Australia, more people than Sweden, more people than Finland, more people than Norway, Canada. We have more people than Dubai, Kuwait, Bahrain combined. We have more people than Saudi Arabia itself. We have more people than Panama. We have more people than the entire Caribbean. You can take the entire Caribbean. We have more people than the whole northeast of the United States of America.
So, but my point is, we're held captive here in America.
Yes,
there's no way we're prisoners. You know, there's no way you can have a nation. We're a nation in chains. You know, we're a nation ready to be born. You know, a nation
the pioneer
in the heart, in the soul.
Yes, and what we're going to need is a pioneer force. So eventually, some of the brothers that are listening right now, and within these next 6 months to this year, you're going to see a lot more stuff that's going to come out, you know, with regards to this. And I tell black people all the time, I'm not here to beg you for nothing. I don't need you.
Let me ask you a question. Here's my good friend Kaizorian. We're not begging you. Yo, David, brother. Here's my good friend Kaizorian. He's an African, but he's not typical dumb African. I think he's just trolling me right now. He basically says, if we build a nation, it'll be a shithole. Tell him our values, our infrastructure. Then we can show him who we are, you know, that we produce all the scientists in America and everything. We already have a standard of living. You don't have to teach us how to friggin' stop going from hunting and gathering to the modern world. We're already a modern people, you know?
Absolutely.
Just that alone, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean, once again, a lot of people, there are going to be people that will denigrate us. I mean, of course, Europeans, Africans, I've even had white boys say, oh, it's going to be a nation of pimps and hoes and drug dealers. And you know what I say to them? I say, no, we're going to leave those people here with you. We're going to leave them in America.
Remember you said that to the Skype assholes at that time, right? Yeah. And they was like, well, wait a minute here. Wait a minute here.
Yes, exactly.
Building a nation and they came over clowning. Then when they heard you talk right, your credentials, they got serious. Remember that?
Yes, absolutely.
I remember that. Never forget that shit, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're gonna
everybody
what we want is we want the the people who know how to build things, who know how to design things, who know how
Engineers,
to
and scientists in Black
engineers.
America.
We need people who know how to maintain things. Everyone in that nation, if you're sweeping a broom, you will have respect, even if you swept like the Japanese in Japan.
And the street
a
sweeper
man
just
that's-
as important as the executive.
Absolutely. And it's going to be, and we want to make it clean like Singapore, like a place where we fine you. Yes, if you want to spit on the street, no, we're going to fine you because we don't live like that. You want to litter on the street? No, we
And
will
also,
fine
you want to do bush meat, go someplace else. We don't do that shit.
Exactly.
You
You can
want
go, that's
child
right.
marriages, go someplace else. We want
Go
our
someplace
values
else.
to prevail.
Exactly. And if they want to act like Snoop Dogg and all that, stay in America. You're not even invited. We don't need any of that nonsense. And to destroy these children and objectify our women. We don't want our women to be objectified. We want them to be protected, and we want them to feel safe. We want them to feel respected. And we want to give our children. And what are we going to do to the African that's listening in? We're going to have our children learn another language. Many of our children, say we have 100 children, we're going to have some of those 100 children, take 10 of them, learn Swahili, take 10 of them, learn Igbo, take 10 of them, learn Hausa, take 10 of them to learn other African languages. Then we have another 10
also,
to learn Spanish.
Some aspects of African
Yes.
culture into our
Yes.
modern society, the good things about Africa.
That's right. Take 10 to learn Spanish, Arabic, Japanese, German, so that we want to build a nation that is going to be those young kids that we will raise are going to be ambassadors, future ambassadors for this nation itself. And yes, and then we want to be able to do trade. We will do free trade, set up free trade agreements with other African nations. But the bottom line is this: ain't nobody going to come 50 years later and say, "Oh, we're sorry, your lease is up. This is ours." No, that's not going to happen.
That ain't gonna happen.
And we will land with the 100% ability to defend and protect ourselves against anyone. You're not talking to a guy who's, oh, this is down the block and all that. We're talking that we are military men, combat veterans. We know how to defend ourselves and our families properly. Okay, we know how to implement, and from a tactical and strategic level. And this is what is necessary. And those who wish to come, great. We would love for you to come. The first thing that has to be built is an airport. The next thing has to, at the same time, in conjunction, needs to be the port. Now, people will say, well, where's the money going to come from? How are you going to get the money? The money can become through self-reparations. And what I mean by that is once the government of this nation is established through the Constitution that we set up, then we will be able to set up our own banking system itself.
Tax rate system.
Of course. And then now think of this, Kayla. And then yes, and then with new technology out there, we will be able to do this and be able to protect those assets. We can take our US dollars, convert them into gold, and then print up our own currency and all of that. We believe in having tangible assets on our currency. And that's it. And so we can create that Dubai in Africa. And guess what, folks? Now people say, well, that's a long time. It's going to be, when we get there, it'll be, it probably will be like a Virgin Island, so to speak, initially. But guess what? Our children have jobs to look forward to for the next 100 years. We have something, we got roads to build, we got skyscrapers to build, we got hotels to build, we got high-speed trains to build. So we've got so much to look forward to that our kids and our economy is going to grow for many, many years. And then with our diplomatic efforts, we will then negotiate with different nations, and then we will work out the deals because we are a $1 trillion economy. That's the reality. We are some smart people. We have a lot. Now we got our issues. Yes, we do, but we do got some smart brothers. I would love to hear what some of the other brothers think about this.
Right. Okay. Start with Wise. Okay, Wise.
Yeah.
What's your opinion?
Oh man, I love what this brother's saying. He's
David
very
David Hitt, Captain David Hitt.
Thank you, sir.
Captain David Hicks, yes, sir. I like to say that, yes, Captain David Hicks. Brother, is very well thought out. I really like the idea. And I like what we're doing is laying the blueprint. We're laying the foundation down so others can come and pick up the mantle and just continue on building. So we're gonna run into some issues, of course. Like you said, it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be a struggle, but we have to continue to push on. We also have to be realistic. Like Brother Color said, we're in Africa building. You're going to run into issues with the local people, right?
But we're not. But once again, brother, we're not talking. Once we find the land that we're going to find, it's going to be unoccupied and undeveloped. We're not going to. We are going to be the ones that are going to pass all of the laws and all of the permits. We are going to be the ones issuing the permits. We're not going to have to ask them for nothing. They're not going to be a part of it. This is not for them. This is for us. We're not building nothing for them. This is what we will negotiate. We intend to negotiate for a parcel of land for the creation of this state, of this African American state. And once again, this and the foundation of this is the crime against humanity that occurred against our ancestors. We have the right to we have a right to our land. And once again, I hold the Africans and the Europeans both accountable. Both of them.
Sir, I agree.
I want my land. I want my land, and I don't want you on it. I don't need you to be there. I'm more than happy to build my own home. And I do know how to build. So you guys know I've done construction for a long time. I know it very well. I know if I'm going there, I want houses with marble floors. I want jacuzzis. Okay. My wife would like a jacuzzi. I like solar panels. I like to see, my energy's coming, green energy. I like to have nice balconies. I don't intend to build a tree hut. That's not the way we're going to live. Not at all. I know how to build all of that from the ground up. Absolutely.
Well, bro, I know you said it's going to be us on it, African Americans and some Africans who want to participate. But what if we do, just a possibility, what if we do run into issues with people who are going to protest and are against that? What do we do then?
Okay, that's a good question. Well, once again, you're going to have to protest. You're going to have to come by boat. Remember, we're talking about remote areas. People don't realize how vast the continent of Africa is. You can fit 2.5 times the size of America in the continent of Africa, including the landmass of Alaska.
I don't think it's going to be any resistance wise.
No, there wouldn't.
Everything will be properly negotiated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we would be at a location that is remote. So you would have to come through the jungle or come through the whatever the area is.
It's more than enough space.
Yeah, way more.
Okay.
One thing Africa's problem is too big. It's too
it's huge.
Yeah, that's another problem. Yeah, Africa too big. Yeah,
too big. That's what the problem is. That's why he can't develop.
You've got Africa can fit literally. It can fit all of America, all of Europe, all of China. It is such a large landmass. It appears. People don't realize the maps that we normally see where America looks big and Russia and all of that, they are way, way smaller than you can imagine.
I know.
Very small. So we're not going to run into that issue because it'll be such a remote area. And if there are any Africans in the area, then they have a choice. Hey, you want to help build and you want a job, then we'll give you a job and we'll respect you.
Yo, they could give us like the size of Texas and Alaska. There's still enough.
Yeah, I got some comments for.
Still be enough.
Okay, let me get Kaizorian on. It's Kaizorian. Introduce Kaizorian. This is Captain David Hitt, U.S. Marine.
Yes. Hello. How you doing, Kaizorian?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I got a couple questions, and also constructive criticisms, right?
Sure.
So I don't think you're going to get very far trying to get land reparations from Africans, right? These people are not going to give you that. But if you buy land, it can definitely work, right? And I've got a few examples. I get it, right? You're trying to create a nation within a nation, which I think is a good idea ultimately. But I think you need like visible success metrics, such as successful African American towns within countries that are stable. I'll give you a very simple example. In coastal Kenya, there's a place called Malindi. Now, a lot of the European settlers there, specifically Italians, bought up land and then they developed it, and actually it's prime real estate, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars just for a 1-bed or 2-bed apartment. They've just cleared up loads of space, created the economy there. They've created certain amenities that obviously are standard to very rich, standards, etc. There's also another place called Vipingo between Mombasa and a place called Kilifi. They're doing the same. They're doing it right now. It's in operation right now. What I'm trying to say here is this: I actually like Kala's and Joe's sort of idea of African stand, but I'll say that what we really need is visible success metrics. We've got people like and I'm just using this, right? Akon is African, but you got the other guy, what's his name, with the school for black boys that never materialized. What I want to see,
Umar
right,
Johnson.
is
But he's still, look,
Umar Johnson, right?
Let me tell you something. This brother David Hitt is on a different level. I'm gonna start playing some of his videos and stuff like that. And he's been around for a long time. He's educated me on this for years,
Right.
about the possibility. Because I didn't really think until I met him, right? I had an idea about nation building, right? But once he basically broke it down to me about infrastructure, we always believe about infrastructure, but he just basically brought it home to me when I finally met him. He brought it home to me. Look, the bottom line, Kazorian, is this. We are basically, I have a brother Bomani, right? He's building a town in Ghana, right? We got the Asebo community over there, right? What's the thing that they don't have? They don't have infrastructure because there's no governing body protecting them. Now, ask yourself the question, why is that? Why is it that when black people in America go to the continent, we're starting from scratch? We have no government support, no diplomat. Look what they did to those Hebrew Israelites property in Ghana. Nobody came to their aid. Nobody came like this. David Hitt and I, we're warriors, We're not going to put our people in any jeopardy where we say, okay, let's come over here, produce, and then after a while, we just lose. We're going to basically, if agreement is possible, because I didn't, but look, Brother Hitt and I disagreed about this for years, right? About how to do this, right? But now, after all these years of dealing with Africans, I realize he's absolutely right. At some point in time, right? We left this country, this continent, Kaizora, in bloodshed, right? It's not a pretty sight. So I'm saying returning to the continent might be the same way. That's just the truth. A crime was committed against our people. We lost everything. Is anybody?
Hey, Kala. Hey, Kala, can you play that clip that I sent you earlier?
I tried to. I was trying to play it. And I about WhatsApp. If you could play, if you could send it to my email, right? Then send my email, then I can pull it up.
Okay.
You have my email. I plan
to do that.
nation.collar5@gmail.com. See, it's flashing on the thing right there.
I'll try to send that to you.
Earlier.
Okay, if I don't do it now, I can do it. But let me answer answer the question for the young man. Okay, Kazorian. Thank you so much, Kazorian. And for your input, that model of us, why do we have to go there to prove to them that we can build something that they would approve of? No, we don't need to. We don't need the approval of anyone. And like Kala had said before, then what will happen is, say, for instance, if we do create like that Italian town in Kenya, now we're African Americans. They look across the water. They see us living in nice marble places, nice streets, this and that. And then all of a sudden you have ethno-nationalism start to rise up. Then you're going to have people who are the natives and say, oh man, these people came over here and 2 years later, these guys have got cars and this and all that. And look at us. What are they doing for us? And ethno-nationalism is real. And that happens in a lot of different places. And so I've seen that in my times. I lived 11 years out of America, and I've watched some nations grow. And so you will have that happen, and not like the Hebrew Israelites, all of a sudden the government changes, and then they can go to them and say, well, 50 years ago, that government that gave you that land, well, that was an illegitimate government. And then what are you going to do? Because these guys come up with guns and all of that. There's nothing you can do. They say, now we're the legitimate government. This is a democracy. Now we have changed the laws and you can't do anything because the laws have changed. They just claim that, once again, it's illegitimate. So I don't need to prove to them or anyone else over there that I can build something or a town or this or that for them, because no, I don't need to do that. We want to get a piece of parcel of land in which it is ours. We deserve it. We have earned it. It was stolen from our people. And then we will then build our nation for ourselves first. We want to be able to take assets from America and build this nation. And remember, I want to make sure this is clear. We're still dual citizens. We're going to be dual citizens. We keep our American citizenship so we can still affect the American political system. And yet we then have our own nation, like the British. We have a lot of people who are from England who are U.S. citizens and are British citizens. You've got the Israelis who are U.S. citizens and Israeli citizens. You've got a whole bunch of people from China, from all over the world that are dual citizens. So we can take our assets, then we can bring our assets to this small piece of territory that we can negotiate with Africa for this territory. But I'm not paying a motherfucking dime for land that comes from our people. We don't have to pay for shit. And the reason why I say that is because if we all of a sudden have to say, oh, well, give us $1 million and we'll bring this to the parliament, and the parliament will then rule on giving you this piece of land. Then 6 months later, hey, well, what's up? When are you guys going to vote on this? Oh, well, you know something? We need another $5 million because the prime minister and this person and that person needs to get, smoothed over. Oh, now we need some more money. So I understand that game very well. So
okay, so I'm
not
going
to go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of questions to clarify a couple of things. So are you saying that you're looking for a country to basically annex a certain amount of their land to be an independent Black nation?
We are looking for a piece of land in the nation in which we can rightfully return on our own. Now, the country, say for instance, let me say this. If there is a country that says, okay, we'll give you this land because there are many nations, like, give you an example, Namibia. Namibia has almost 1,000 miles of coastline, but only 3 million people. There are places in like Namibia where you won't see a human being for 20 years because it's just too big. So say if a country like that gave up a piece of territory that we would be looking for. And ideally, I would look for 100 miles of coastline, 100 miles deep. So 10,000 square miles, something like the size of a Massachusetts. Think of it that way. Something the size of an Equatorial Guinea. Think of it that way. A small piece.
Okay, so I get that. So my input here is then what you're really looking for is to integrate to the specific country's customary law system. So I'll give you an example. If you want that, then if you want protection of land that the government can't just come and steal from you, I say only, right? But the way that it works is you need to become a tribal status. So in Kenya, for example, the Indians petitioned the government. Right now, they are tribe status. Even Americans are tribe status. Meaning, if you are an American, I believe Americans are, right? But I'll have to confirm that. Meaning, if you have a tribal status, let's assume we create one called Black Americanism in, let's say, Kenya or Namibia. It will actually give you land and is protected under the law as a historically land that belongs to this specific ethnic group, meaning the government can't steal it from you. So I think if you keep going down this path, that would work. Seek for tribal status in order to be protected.
Now that's
whatever smooths them over, whatever like that.
Yeah.
This is my whole thing is, like I said, when I look at the continent, whatever like that, I look at all the unoccupied territory. Like I had people from Zambia call me and tell me, Colin, man, we got so much, but Zambia's landlocked. I don't mind landlocked either, to tell you the truth.
No, we want we need we need great coastline.
Say we need coastline, and
yes,
I'm like,
we need coastline.
I'm like, to get it, I don't, I'll be like this. We could have a coastline, like a lease on the port, and have a landlocked country that goes to the port with the railway. But the bottom line is this: I say like this: you have so much unoccupied territory in the continent that's undeveloped, right? And also such a state. I don't want to say how the African mind thinks, right? If when this does happen, such a state would be a huge market for Africa, would it be a huge market for African goods and services on that? They don't see the benefit of that. It's like you're bringing like the 200, you bringing millions of people, trillions of dollars to the continent. And it's a win-win situation. But it's like the African man all they care about is getting next to Europeans, Chinese, everybody else. and they basically understand, the missing piece.
We have, yeah, and just real quick, and I like the idea what you said of, yes, okay, looking at from the tribe coming in as a tribe, but once again, we don't need anyone to give us a certificate saying that you're this, you're that. We don't need that.
This is more for law, legal process.
Yeah. But the law of that land is going to be that law of that land that we're on is going to be the African American law. We will create our own laws. We are going to have our own court, our own executive, our own legislative branch. We are going to be the government itself of that land. We are going to also protect ourselves. We will have our own independent military to protect that land. Eventually, yes, we will have Apaches. We want joint strike fighters. We want all of that stuff. We will have the ability to defend ourselves. We will have a Coast Guard. We will have a Coast Guard. We will have all of that eventually, because we want to be that type of nation. And we already know how to fly Apaches. We know how to fly F-16s. We know how to fly Super Hornets. We know how to command every ship. We already know how to do all that stuff. So that piece of territory, that will be under the African Americans' total jurisdiction, protection, and laws. Now, that host nation that would agree to this annexation of land for us to do this with this new government, of course, they're going to benefit economically. They will have preferred trade status. The people of there, they would have preferred visa entry into that nation if they would like to, if they wanted to work. And we will implement laws in which we want to hire Africans, and we're not going to treat them like they're some slaves. We're going to treat them with the dignity and respect that they have. And then hopefully when those Africans, say, for instance, they do work in our nation, we want them to learn how to be engineers, how to build things, so that when they decide to go back home, they're going to go back home with the skill sets that we have had, so that they can develop their own area. It's in our best interest around that country, that new nation, that everyone prospers too. It's in total our best interest. This is not about, oh, I'm over you, you're over me, look what I got. No, I don't want what I wish for myself. I wish for everybody, all of it. And then if we can do that and show the Africans around us that they're respected by us, we treat them very well with dignity by our laws, then make sure they have great medical. I mean, people who work in our nation should be treated well, clothed, bathe, have nice, clean facilities to live in. We don't want people in a container, building like bridges or building buildings for us. We want them to be dignified and to learn skills so that when they go back to their country, they're able to teach their own children how to build things themselves.
Hey,
That's
brother,
what we like to be.
Oh, sorry. I have a question, brother Captain Hicks.
Yes, sir.
Hey, brother.
It's HITT, HITT, HITT.
Hicks.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I said Hicks. Okay.
No,
Captain
no,
Hicks.
it's okay.
Okay. Sorry, brother. So I have a question. So how do you expect to recruit Black Americans and Africans? What's your recruitment process like, and how are you going to fund and pay the people when it comes time to do the nation building?
Good question. The recruitment process, hopefully, over in this. I mean, this is my first foray coming back into this, and over the next couple of years, you'll start to see, of course, more videos, website, the Constitution come up, and initially we need to have a constitutional convention. That's what we have to do here.
Yeah, we do. We talked about that the other night.
Yeah, we have to have a constitutional convention. Once we form the government, then that's when we will then identify the process of whom we want to first initially come, creating that so-called pioneer force. In conjunction, so whoever the pioneer force is, those are the individuals that will initially go over on the boat and with the materials that we need to land and to then begin to clear the land for the airfields. We know how to operate every single piece of land machinery. We have enough people. We know how to build every single damn road. We know how to cut a road, use these bulldozers, backhoes, you name it. We have all the expertise within us to be able to do all of that. And with the modern machines, you would be so surprised at how fast you can clear land. So Now that recruitment, though, that process is we need to ask people to apply through this government website that we will create, and then we then have to go through those applications and see, of course, who would be the best fit, for us, in many different areas. Now, funding, the way the funding will go once the government has been established and created, that's where we can create the African American National Bank. Once we have that bank itself, then we can have in African Americans. Okay, instead of putting, you have a check that's $1,000. Instead of putting $1,000 in Wells Fargo or Chase, why don't you put $900 in Wells Fargo and Chase and put $100 into this account? And then from that account, from that African American National Bank, then there's going to be some other fintech avenues in which we will explore to use.
And also, our own stock exchange.
Yes, absolutely. So
we
when
can
we start
raise
using
billions of dollars a day in stocks and bonds and whatnot. Yeah, we got the capital. Trust me, to do this.
Yeah, we do. We do have the capital. I mean, there were 44 million African Americans. If you take $10 for every person, that's $450 million. Okay, for $10. If you take $100, now you take $100 from 44 million people, you're at $4.5 billion. Okay, now that's one avenue where we self-funded, or that's called self-reparations. We now then take some of our cash, our US dollars, we can put that in that bank can then buy a physical asset such as gold, then we have our own money backed by a physical asset. And then at the same time, because we're still going to be citizens that can affect the political spectrum, then when someone wants to run for Congress or Senate or whatever, well, if you want us to get your vote, then you're going to need to help pass that $100 billion African American bill. You're going to need to pass that bill, because remember, we're never going to give up our political power here for nothing. We have to play both sides. So there are many different ways in which that can be funded. So Pioneer Force, once the Constitution is established, we then identify the Pioneer Force. We have our own banking system. Money starts flowing in there. That's going to be able to pay for the initial push for the pioneers.
Yeah,
to
Dave,
land.
brother, hit. You know who gets me is I got this clown Mike Olawale in there saying you guys delusional. They said Donald Trump was delusional when he came over with MAGA. Remember that?
Yeah, sure.
Now, are they saying that now?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
they said the founding fathers of America was delusional.
Yes, exactly.
They thought they were insane.
Yes, that's exactly what Admiral Cornwall said of England. He said that George Washington and Thomas Jefferson were absolutely deluded. They said that the Declaration of the Independence was the most atrocious document ever fabricated by the hand of man. That's what they said about that. So, yeah, we're delusional. Great. Thank you. Yeah, that's right.
We're going to carry this out. We're going to see. You see the momentum growing for this, right? Because people look at us like they're asking serious questions. That means, bottom line is, people think, well, these guys could actually. Everybody on the panel right now is saying to themselves, these guys sound like they could actually carry this out. Brother Hit and I have been working on this for years. You know,
that's right.
What's your Captain Hit? How you doing? My name's David. I got a suggestion.
Yes, sir.
You should aim for a bigger size land, maybe something the size of Texas or Alaska, not something the size of Massachusetts. That's all. I understand. Continue.
Yeah.
Just for future purposes.
Yes.
For future growth. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So
for future growth.
For something the size of Texas or Alaska. Yeah, that's it.
I got
you. That's all.
And David, that's a great possibility. I say that if we go with the 10,000 square miles, what happens is, Dave, and what I learned in Singapore, when you've got a place that's easily to control, what's going to happen is the property values are going to go up very, very fast. So any of the pioneers that come in, that land that we can control and that we can get to initially, yes, we can expand later on, but the initial part, we want to be able to have 100% safety. Because if people know that they're safe, if people know that the government is stable, if people know that they can easily set up a business, we're going to be flooded with people that want to come in and invest within the nation itself. And when that happens, so that land, when the land is smaller, it's more that since it's less, since it's limited in land, the land parcels are going to go up in value quickly. So anyone who's a pioneer on that pioneer force is going, by nature, yes, you're going to become a very wealthy person. If you're a part of that pioneer force, you're going to be a wealthy person.
Right.
We're not saying
just like the people who founded
it's just going to
okay.
all these other people, their descendants are super rich because they initially founded New York and all these other places, New Amsterdam, whatever, everything. Yeah, the pioneering forces thing. So yeah.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. After you just explained the geopolitics.
Yes, sir.
After you explained the geopolitically and militarily, I understand what you're saying.
All right. Exactly, and and it will be like I said, we can get to one end of the nation quickly. We got to fly over there.
I understand. I understand now.
Small is better initially, brother.
Yeah, I understand.
Yes.
I understand. I'm understanding.
Small, densely populated
understand
cities.
The dense population, the security.
Yep.
Okay. Now I understand. Okay.
Yes.
Then you expand and annex territory, but small.
Yes.
To get that base camp done.
Yeah, and I see G in the comment. Yes, we know how to fly Seahawks, steer amphibious assault ships and carriers. Absolutely, sir. We do know how to do all that. And now think about it imagine this, gentlemen. Imagine that we can set up that Dubai. Like we are now, guess what? We can create an airport. We envision the airport as being an airport that would be able to establish goods and climate control facilities. So bring in all of those aircraft. Let us be the people that can fix the aircraft in the nation, in that nation. So goods can come to us, and then we are able to fly aircraft to send goods to various nations itself. We can fly aircraft to send relief aid to different places itself. So that hub can be a really, really high-end distribution hub for a lot of goods and services. And we make a cut off of everything. And we do it right, and we keep it nice and clean. We use the right type of energy sources in order to power this place up, and clean water, all of that type of stuff. We have nothing to lose. What do we have to lose? I'll tell you what you got to lose. You got diabetes to lose. You got heart problem to lose. You got stress to lose. You got racism to lose. That's what you're going to lose. You're going to lose renting your homes. That's what you're going to lose.
All right. I have a couple of questions, if you permit me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I like what you're saying. It sounds great to the ears.
Thank you, sir.
And you said this before, and it's always, I think, the sticking point, right? Money, right? Money.
Mm-hmm.
And you said something about Apache.
He just told you how we're going to do it.
One second, Carla. Let me ask the question, please. You said something about Apache, helicopters and subterranean vehicles and other things to protect yourselves. But these things cost hundreds, right? Hundreds of millions.
Yeah.
To have. So my point is, how would you stimulate this nation in its infancy economically to get you to a point where you can equip yourself militarily?
I would say, brother, let me have this for 1 second, right?
Go ahead.
In the initial phase, when we're basically building this, we do that convention, that constitutional convention, right? That's when diplomats and all these people with no guarantees are going to show up, right? Because they're going to basically be smart to realize this is going to be a major geopolitical move, right? And everybody's going to be like, oh, yeah, coming with offerings and like that. We just have to have people that's not corrupted, and sell us out. Say, look, okay, you got this. That's how every nation gets started, right? They get started by, okay, you need a military, right? So we need a couple of helicopters, we need a couple of this, a couple of that, like that. Now, if you refuse to help us, right, we're going to remember that down the road. Mm-hmm. That's how it works, and then we're going to use all our influence on things that go against you. So it's in your best interest, every country that they come to us and whatnot, that if we need these things and whatnot, and we said we need a helicopter, you better supply them. because you got them, you know. Or guess what? You ain't gonna have no relationship with us. That's what diplomacy is all about. That's the difference between us and America right now. We have no having a government means you can now negotiate with people from a position of power. You know, you're talking Elvis like how are you going to do this? I said when we basically have that constitutional and we declare ourselves a government and everything like that, and it's recognized that okay, we're a government in exile and stuff like that. Things are going to change. Trust me. You know, and all they have to do is basically is one or two countries saying, yeah, we're willing to host it. That starts it right there. You know, that starts it right there. So it's. You know, it's yeah. The money is not going to be a problem. Trust me.
Let me give you an example. Like for just say if African Americans were able to invest $2,500 per person in their family per person one time, that's $100 billion. $100 billion.
We did the numbers, Elvis, over the years. Trust me.
Yeah. So with $100 billion, if you took $5 billion of that, brother, you got every damn aircraft that you and boat that you can even imagine, just for 5 or even 10. Say you took 10 of that to go ahead and buy all that gear. Now you have another 10 to buy all of the infrastructure equipment, and you won't even need that. You know, like machines, it's $100,000 for a high-end backhoe. That's it. So $100,000 for $1 million, you can buy 10 backhoes, and then you add a couple. So $10 million, you can have all of those machines that you need, brand new Komatsus or John Deere's or whatever you want to call them. You can buy so much of that. So with one investment by the African American people, and that could be over a couple of years. Say, for instance, even if it was just $500 one time for every person, then you're talking $20 billion. You know, the most modern airport in the world is like in China and in Singapore. The cost was $5 billion. And I'm talking the most modern laid out airport on earth is $5 billion to make. Okay. That's talking about, you know, like, brother, I can't even explain to you how the high end. This ain't no JFK or LaGuardia Airport we're talking about building. We're talking about something that's next level type of stuff. And we're starting with the latest, greatest technology from the get-go. 7G wireless networks and all of that. The money is there. We will be able to raise the money amongst ourselves. We will be able to do that. If we do it in stages now, this is where when Kayla and I, let's talk it diplomatically. Well, okay, how are we gonna, like with America? Well, Senator so-and-so, if you want our support to become a senator or president, whoever in the future, you want our support to be president, then instead of giving $150 billion to Ukraine for free, now let's see if we can take $150 billion for ourselves and use that to invest in a nation.
I have a follow-up question, and you can you can chime into it. This is a primer. You do believe that the United States has dual citizenship, right? It allows dual citizenships.
Yes.
Okay, good. So this is the issue with Kyler. Kyler said he doesn't believe in dual citizenship.
Hold on. Let me say this, Elvis. This is what I'm saying. I knew you were gonna come up with that, right? Check this out. This is what I believe, right? I believe basically your allegiance should be to the new states. That's what first off, right? If the United States basically allows you to keep citizenship, that's fine too, you know. But my only sticking point is the fact that when I see people, I'm saying, where your allegiance, because we're gonna have conflict with America. Your allegiance need to be with us, you know, on the land, you know, and so like that. That needs to come first, right? And so
and that's why I'm trying to ask him the question, Kyler, because I know your view on this. I want to get his take on this.
Yeah, I
haven't asked a question yet. Kyler just interrupted. So my point here is, like he said, also having to start a new nation. I'm guessing this is going to be an independent, sovereign nation, while also being a United States citizen.
Autonomous. Everything's autonomous. You can call it whatever you want. We're going to have complete autonomy and sovereignty over life.
Total sovereignty nation. Think of it like
Yeah.
those Israelis that have their own land. See, we're different from Israel. We don't want 10,000 miles from 10,000 miles of occupied territory. We're looking for just pure, pristine, where there's nothing there. No, and we can prove that we came from there 400 years ago. We're not Europeans masking as Jews and to be Zionists. We're not like that at all. We actually come from that place. So, as we were saying before, as I was saying, and this is a debate within the nation itself. I mean, once again, when we have our nation and we are the lawmakers, I am saying that I would prefer to keep the U.S. citizenship and to keep African American nation citizenship, so that we can always influence the political.
Elvis, like I say, Elvis, it's not that big of a deal, you know. It's not that big of a deal, you know, because I know we're gonna need. I told you, like tonight, we're still gonna need the United States. You know,
Yeah.
we're gonna need the United States. For the next
But I will say this though, we will need them now. When we have the nation, we can fund the campaign of an African American that could be in the Senate. We want to get African American citizens in Congress and in the executive and in the judicial. We want to be able to take money from the African American nation, go back to Brooklyn, as an example, and say, we're going to buy up this whole block, and we're going to develop this whole.
We're going to buy up an NFL team.
Yeah, buy up an NFL team, or we're going to buy up all the 7-Elevens.
We're not walking away.
But Hit, I think you're intelligent enough to understand that. I think in this country we have laws against external forces influencing the politics of this country. So how does that work? 1 second, Colin. How does that work? One second, Colin. How does that work if you have an independent or sovereign or autonomous country, and you're coming back in to influence, state representative and Senate elections? I want to understand how you think the U.S. government would react to that.
Well, once again, if the money is coming from a U.S. based company by an American citizen, there's nothing to say. There's nothing to say. Just like how the Jews do it right now, like how the Israelis do it. They put money there. They're all AIPAC. We are 5 times the size of Israel when it comes to population. And then every single politician has to go and bow down to them. They're going to come bow down to us, brother. Okay? They will bow down to us.
Yeah,
they will.
About that, you don't see too many Jewish senators. They have a lobby.
They don't need to. They got everybody else working for them.
No, they have 10 of them. There's 10 Jewish senators. They have 10% of the U.S. Senate is Jewish. 10%. Yeah, and there's only 2. There's only 2 black people in there now. 1. That's it. We have two black senators right now.
Will Africanistan have a U.S. military base like they're trying to do everywhere else on the planet?
No, we're the military. Okay. We're the military.
We will have a port now. This is where, like, diplomatically, this is where now we have to be in a position of, let's be neutral in the sense of, as a nation, we're neutral with the rest of the world. So. America, hey, we need a wireless network. What's your deal? But we can go to Sweden and say, what's your deal to give us a wireless network? Go to China. We're going to be a neutral nation when it comes to the actual development of it. Whoever gives us the best deal gets the money. Plain and simple. Now, like he said about the military, we're going to defend ourselves. We're not going to. I mean, I can't see us having now, unless we are open to, if a U.S. military ship or a Chinese ship comes to port or something to that effect, we can, if we're going to fix the ships or something to that effect. I mean, we should have some ability to fix ships. I mean, that's something that any nation has. But as to say we are a U.S. satellite, no, we're going to be our own, on our own.
I mean, like, this. Prime Minister of Pakistan, I forgot his name. He's ousted from the government because he refused to let the US establish a military base in Pakistan.
Well, that ain't gonna happen with us. Trust me. No, it's not gonna happen with us.
Okay. And my follow-up question is: have you considered special economic zones being set up to build cities and trade hubs in Africa.
I mean, you mean, okay, so like for instance, like you're talking about like, say for instance, for healthcare industry, for building a certain equipment or something to that effect, IT stuff.
Well, building anything, Dubai, Shanghai, Shenzhen, all of them were established with special economic zones.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Okay, yeah, special economic zones for investment from other nations.
Yeah, I sent it to color
Yeah,
recently.
nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, no, we can
Nothing
do
wrong with
that.
that. We
Now,
welcome that as foreign direct investment. You
Yeah.
know,
now African Americans will be the leadership. Will be like, for instance, we will be the 51% shareholder of any of any type of business that is going to be established. So, say for instance, if somebody says, "Yo, I want the Popeyes franchise," and I'm just using that as an example, where whoever gets that license will be the one that will be able to whatever country. So there's, say, for instance, a Chinese pharmaceutical company wants to do pharmaceuticals in our nation. Now we would have a partnership, but the African Americans would be the 51% shareholder of that particular industry. We must have a technology transfer clause in any type of manufacturing that is done in our nation. Everyone, technology clause is very, very important. That's what China did. That's why China is so strong right now, is because America went over there, like with Motorola back in the day, AT&T,
McKinsey Group,
Apple, and they said, "Hey, you want to come in this country? Because with our billion people, well, you must train our people on how to do all of this stuff. If you don't do that, we're going to give the contract to someone else." So the same thing has to happen. We must have a technology transfer of anything that's done in that economic zone, so that our children and our workforce gets that technology, so that we can maintain it ourselves. We have to be able to maintain anything that's built, and then of course build our own stuff.
Yeah, and are you prepared for the subversive forces in not just the African American community, but the rest of
that's what I'm here
world,
for, bro.
Like these weird cliques like Freemasons and all of that. Shaquille O'Neal is a Freemason, and even one of these factions who fought in the Liberian Civil War are Freemasons. And there's a bunch of other kind of weird cliques as well. They're under different names, but they're all controlled, by the same kind of bigger powers.
Understood. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. We have to be able to prepare ourselves to fight against. I mean, hell, you could have. There's a lot of different cliques. I mean, that religious cliques too. There's a whole bunch of a slew of things that could possibly pop up that we are definitely prepared for. What's important is that the initial government that we set up has to be a government of competent professional men. And like myself right now, I don't care about the money. I don't give a shit about no Ferraris or Lamborghinis or mansions. I'm done with that. I'm a man. I have my own faith. I do what I need to do for myself. I don't push my faith on anyone. So this is not about anything money. I like to jump out of airplanes still. I like to go diving. Those are the things I like to do. Okay. Hit the heavy bag. I'm cool with that. I don't need to Rolex.
Brother Hit is a beast. This guy's a beast.
I don't need all that stuff. So the leadership that we have initially must be competent professionals. And of course, the leadership must be held to the highest standards. No corruption. If you're found corrupt, you're going to jail for a long time. We don't need to, if we have that really good, strong leadership initially, then that will prevent and that will keep control of the nation itself for its infancy, because we need to have strong control, because we don't want to let dumb people mess things up. We don't want that to happen. Okay. And then, so there's a during the growth of this nation, I watched this in Singapore. I saw what Lee Kuan Yew did in Singapore. I watched the growth of Singapore. I watched the growth of Malaysia and Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand. And so there's a certain period of time where that strong leadership is important to prevent all of a sudden someone coming in, like you said, the Freemasons or some other group, and now we're in charge and we're going to do things this way. No, it's not going to happen like that, bro. No, we're going to.
I have a question.
And yeah, but before you ask it, let me just add in. Never underestimate how much you can utilize America and
Yes.
even maybe even trying to do the same thing in America.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, because that land, was the thing that you were brought to. So and it's where most of African Americans are, so you shouldn't keep that out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, but what we want in America is what they don't want to give us. They don't want to share ownership in the NBA or the NFL and all the stuff like that. That's the part of America we want. They give us everything else, but what we really want, ownership and power.
Yeah, and
no more talking, hugging, and whatnot. Talk about America. They can keep their flag. We want the money,
Yeah, exactly. But that's another road to fighting, just like Martin Luther King, just like Bayard Rustin. It's just another hurdle to pass through.
Brother, hey, I got an ignorant, jealous Nigerian in the chat saying, "Will this be funded by Black America's welfare check money?" Break that down to him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I understand. Unfortunately, now Nigeria should not even be talking right now, because unfortunately Nigeria, and my biggest African gene is Nigerian actually. When I do my DNA, Nigeria's currency has completely collapsed. It is lost 90% of its value. I don't know what the government did a couple of years ago, but the Nigerian currency literally is a tenth of what it used to be a couple of years ago because of mismanagement of their nation. It is so inflated, it's ridiculous over there. Right now, and that's affected a lot of areas within the west coast of Africa. And the incompetent government of Nigeria has really put them in a bad spot. I mean, I know guys who are leaving Nigeria because
it's like, how do you have all that oil, you still receive foreign aid?
Yeah, exactly.
What the hell, man? And he's up here talking about us.
Yeah, Nigeria should be the Dubai of Africa. It should be the Switzerland. It should be a powerhouse of Africa. And unfortunately, due to mismanagement and corruption, it is not. And so now, with that said, sir, no, we're not going to fund this with welfare checks. But I'm sure that there are going to be African American women that are on welfare that will probably take $20-$30 and want to put it at the African American National Bank, because I want that woman with 9 kids. I want her to come to this nation. I want those kids turn productive. I want those 9 kids. I want those 8 kids to come to this nation, because I'm going to bathe them. I'm going to clothe them. They're going to go to school in uniforms. They're not going to have to worry about you wearing Gucci, Fucci. I'm wearing Louis Vuitton shoes and all that kind of nonsense. No, our kids are going to be they're going to be there for one purpose: to learn and to respect one another and to learn your language in Nigeria. So we're going to have a bunch of kids that are going to be able to speak to you in your own homeland. So when you want to talk down on us, my job, I want to see our children be able to communicate to you in your own language. So yes, we'll have the welfare check. Mothers donate because they want a future for their own children. So yes, we'll probably have some of them.
Yeah, Carla, I can't see those comments on StreamYard, which you mentioned on YouTube. And some YouTube comments I don't see on StreamYard.
I'm in the back office, right? I don't know. Hold up. I'm seeing it right now. Let me pull up the YouTube page. I'm seeing it right there. It's Mike Olawale. He's a freaking clown.
I can't see it on YouTube. It happens all the time.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I have a question. And it's not like a big deal to me, but the brother earlier said something about the Freemasons and these like other little groups. It sounded like he had a problem with them. I know some Freemasons. I'm not into it. I respect them, but it made it sound like you said there'd be like a hindrance. Is that like a big issue?
It's not. I wouldn't say it's a hindrance. We have to be the commonality. The laws of the nation have to be supreme, and we just have to be smart about who is going to be who within this government, and make sure that they are aligned with one purpose, and that's to do the best that we can for everybody. Once again, this is not a mission to make money or to get personally wealthy and all of that. This is about our future. I mean, when a man gets older and you start to think about, you know, the things that are very, very important to you in your life, and essentially that legacy of leaving a great legacy for your family is important. All this other nonsense, like I said, I've been to Dubai many times. I'm not impressed by them Bugattis, and I'm not impressed by that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not impressed by any of that. So with getting back to these other organizations, you know, some people are money oriented. Some people, they want to do this and be able to control this. No, we have to have guardrails just in case certain things, you know, do go south. And we'll figure it out. I mean, we're not stupid. We'll figure it out. The U.S. government will send people to spy on us. We already know that.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, that's right. That's a really scary situation.
We already know that there will be people coming, and who knows, they may send some snow buddies, and so because some brothers are weak when it comes to a snow bunny.
Oh yeah. So it just they were just saying about the Freemasons. Do you think that, you know, they're like, and I don't want to put them down, but like, you know, the Boule or whatever.
I know some
let me say something. Let me say something about that. This is my personal opinion, right?
Okay.
See,
when you have nationhood as your end game, right? All that stuff is irrelevant, right? Now, if your end game is just perpetual fighting racism and finding boogeymans on every corner, of course you're gonna. If you do something, look for some law, you're gonna find it. They find a boogeyman in the so-called Boule. You find a boogeyman in the so-called the black Republicans or the black Democrats, whatever like that. Everything, when you basically don't have a real goal and everything, when you talk about nationhood and everything, the only thing that matters is if somebody basically is going to get in our way or try to stop what we're doing. If they can't do that, then they could be whatever. They could be Christian or they could worship a head of lettuce for all I care. You know, if you can't stop what we're trying to do and everything like that, or trying to get in our way and everything. The question I would need to know is when people say Masons, I have no problem with Masons and whatever like that. Because the Freemasons and stuff like that was what built like a lot of huge buildings in Black America, even in Liberia, West Africa, you know. And Masons did a lot of work in the community as far as the poverty and everything. But the bottom line is this: people that are scared of secret society, not know enough about them. I studied the Masons. I don't see anything that they did. Now, some people when you have groups like the Scottish Rite Mason, Freemason, right? They were into the occult and racist stuff, you know, back in the days, you know. So different types of Masons. You know, and everything like that. But that's like I said, that's just a personal opinion or whatever like that. That has nothing to do with this. This is talking about government, the rule of law.
Okay.
You know,
and a person cannot be we can have many different organizations within the nation itself, but the citizenship is citizenship, and it is you're pledging your allegiance to the nation itself. That's got to be the top. So you can't say, "Oh, the Masonry is me being a Freemason is above the nation itself." No, it's not. You have to have the nation itself for everyone at the prime, the rule of law to be for the citizens. Then be whatever group you want to be in. You want to be in a chess group? Go right ahead. Be in a chess group. You know, do whatever you got to do.
This is such on a higher level. It solves all the problems people talk over you. What about the Masons? What about this? What about the college fraternities? You know, look, you know the law, right? And as long as you obey the law and you're working for the good of the community and the people, hey, you're welcome. But if you're doing something subversive, hey, now we got problems. You know, simple.
And those problems we will solve it through our own justice system. We're not now. I want to be very clear what the vision that, for instance, we don't have a prison industrial complex in this nation. We have a jail system. It's very simple to make men comply. When you put a little bit of pain on anyone, guess what? They will comply. You know, we're not talking about, oh, you're going to get Xbox and all this. You know, the prison industrial complex in America, I mean, they make $45 billion a year just on African Americans alone. Just on African Americans alone. $45 billion a year to incarcerate over 1 million. And I've always said the prison system is a nation, and the land it's built on is called the cemetery. There's $45 billion a year going to that alone. So we're not going to have that kind of system. We have a jail, depending on what a crime is. Hey, listen, I'm all for taking care of business, and worse. And if people are subversive, we will deport them back to America. That's it. You lose your citizenship, we deport you back to wherever you came from: Baltimore, New York, Chicago, whatever. Selma, Alabama, wherever you come from, we deport you, and you'll never be able to come back again. That's how we need to operate. It's a privilege to be able to come over there to be a citizen. And we want people to know that it will be a privilege. And if you don't like it, stay in America. We don't need you. You don't want to come? You can keep your black ass in the ATL. I have no problem with that.
It's very simple. Like I tell people all the time, people will fight me every night. I am not begging nobody to get involved with this. No, we're going to fight plenty of people. When this kicks off, trust me, people say, we know, David Hitt and I know our people. You do this, you open this opportunity up, millions are going to be.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
We know our people, you know.
They will come. They will come. And once they see the first buildings go up, they see how nice they look. They see the
infrastructure being built. They're going to want to come. Trust me.
And then imagine you'll see billboards of us promoting the family unit. You'll see billboards of us respecting our elders. You'll see billboards. You're teaching those kids to listen to the wisdom of their elders. Teaching those kids how to speak properly. Kids will never have to worry about stealing. You won't have to steal in our nation itself. We'll be able to teach those fundamental laws, and which bring together a functional society and safety. And then we can eradicate the envy and the jealousy of you have this or you don't have that. Hey, listen, some people may have a nicer house, but guess what? The person who has a smaller house lives in just as a beautiful neighborhood as a person who lives in a mansion. Okay, if we can make all the neighborhoods beautiful, nice, green, and then give kids, build all the tennis courts, build the basketball courts. Kids don't got to worry, can I get a ball? No, we'll load up the basketballs. We'll load up the baseball mitts, the bats. We'll provide all that stuff.
Brother, here, I got a couple of your videos I'm going to play.
Let's see if you can get one.
I got a couple of them on YouTube that I'm going to play.
Let's see if one goes. You make it short, brother.
Yeah, sure, cheap one. I'll go small one. Yeah. Some of my best ones, the videos of yours. Let me look it up.
Let's see. This is a while ago.
Okay, hold up. There's a lot of them, man. We put our work into this, folks, for years.
Yeah. It's the timing now is fine. It's the timing.
Yeah, now is the time. Now people are looking at us like, you know something, man. We reached the milestone. Y'all get y'all right.
Yeah, hey, do that one.
Justice or Despotism.
Yeah. That was a good one.
That's the one I'm playing. You guys see it?
Yeah, it's it. 3/5 of a mind. That's right.
This is not a dream. It is inevitable.
Yeah, that's a good one, Kayla. Yeah, that was a long time ago.
That's my favorite one. That's my favorite one right there.
Yeah,
They play another one. Hold up.
We had some really good ones on there, really good conversations years ago.
Oh yeah, we are back in the days, man. All these years, man. Jeez. These videos are taking me way back, taking me way back.
Man.
Blog Talk Radio.
Wow.
Yep, Blog Talk Radio, man, back in the day.
Okay, African American nation state.
No, that's not ours. No, that's not ours.
That was that dude Earl Hardaway, I believe. No, that's that Yog person that tried to infiltrate us, right? That Yog.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to him, man? Yeah. He tried to freaking
Yeah.
infiltrate us, man. Try to come in and try to take over shit. We barely getting started. People try to come in and hijack the movement.
Yeah.
Steps of building an African American nation. That's not you either, right? It's Mike Royale, whoever.
No. If you go back.
Copycats.
Yeah.
Okay, hold up. Right here. That was Holmes, so him and I fell out.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Yeah. Hold up. Yeah.
And then maybe me and him might reconcile one day, because we had it going on back then, man. You know.
Yeah.
All of us,
Yeah.
man. Oh yeah, you want to have your put your founding message on when we play that?
Yeah, it was. I don't even know if the audio. I got to redo this one.
Well,
I got to
think
redo
it's
a
good.
lot
I
of
listened
these.
to it the other day. It was actually pretty good. Let me play this. Video. You know, and I like that one where you talk about hydroelectricity and whatnot. I like.
Oh
that.
yeah, man. No,
I can't find that one. What I'm saying, I can't find it.
We present
I played it one time on the show, but I
creating
can't
an
find
independent
it.
African American nation on the homeland of
It's
our
up there.
ancestors. Our declaration to make permanent in the international consciousness of our fundamental claim to sovereignty, and our formal request to you, our people, for your political advocacy, this noble purpose. The open wound in the heart of humanity is the subordination of man to man and of one people to another people. Throughout the course of antiquity, many were compelled to pursue the right to be the masters of their own fate. Today, the representative segment of the African American people is compelled to pursue this absolute right. No longer will we limit the expanse of our potential and our quest for the ultimate freedom to alter one's life both individually and collectively. The unifying event in creating the African American nation of people had its genesis in the greatest catastrophe ever to strike the African people, the African slave trade. Our ancestors' transit across the middle passage of inhumanity to the new world of toil and tribulation was forged by an effective and systematic process to abolish the soul of liberty and mold a beast of burden. Its effects are still with us today. To declare African slaves inferior, subhuman, and worthy for the perpetual colonization of their mind and body. The American Constitution declared non-free people were to be counted 3/5 the human being without any right to vote for themselves. Since slavery, we indeed acquired civil rights and to be acknowledged as more than 3/5 the human being. Yet, the minority population in America will never be a legislative majority to guarantee and implementation of policies that benefits itself and society as a whole. Are we to forever live in a nation that has the clear power to create and determine our destiny? How can a people remain enthusiastic when rewards so earned are denied? Liberty's evasion of the non-free is a hypocrisy fused in the saga of American society. Slavery created inherited prejudices with its roots deeply entrenched in the social soil of America. We urge the people of the African American nation of people and nations of the world, the American government, to reflect on this truth. To the African American, the past is not merely the past. Its effects are part of the here and now. The culture that was born in the experience of bondage has passed from generation to generation. The African American came from the wretched poor, sowing the seed, while the strong wheat and oppression, miscalled law, stood guard. The heritage of racism still prevents the African American to feel himself master in his home and land. The eternal voices of our ancestors resonate in our minds from the watery graves in the abyss of the oceans, from the limbs of sacrifice among the trees of the land, and from the soil of the earth where fractured souls lay. Our ancestors say, you have been born with the right to return to your motherland. They say, restore our dignity and build a nation of the people. They say, possess your freedom. The The African American, representing approximately 14% of the U.S. population, wields an estimated $900 billion in purchasing power in the year 2010. We are the 15th largest economy on the planet. Based on individual population, we are the 33rd largest nation on Earth. With 10% of the African American population pursuing the right of sovereignty, this nation will have an individual population greater than 100 independent sovereign states and territories. Do we have the right to be a nation? Emphatically, yes. We, like all other nations of the world, have the right to soar into the spacious sky of freedom. African Americans have participated, supported, and valiantly fought on the great battlefields of numerous wars in the cause of freedom. African American sacrifice, tears, and blood have consecrated the land and seas across the globe to liberate nations of people from the chains of tyranny and restore them to their sovereign rights. The African American people are original advocates in the creation of a democratic nation. The idea that equality for all exists at the fundamental level of the African American conception of social organization. Our proclamation of sovereignty. We the people, descendants of the Africans sold as slaves against their free will from the continent of Africa, brought to the charter colonies, proprietary colonies, and royal colonies of Denmark, England, France, the Netherlands, Portugal, Spain, Sweden, and the United States of America. On the land of our forefathers, we lay the foundation of a sovereign nation to establish justice, to ensure peace and equality, to provide for the defense, to promote the welfare, and to secure freedom to ourselves, families, and future generations. Do ordain and do hereby establish our right to be an independent African American nation. The landmass of our motherland is approximately 30,500,000 square kilometers, 1/5 of the Earth's landmass. The International African American Caucus intends to diplomatically negotiate for a minimum of 25,600 square kilometers of idle territory on the home continent of our ancestry. On this small piece of territory, we will build a citadel of hope, progress, and peace. Is this modest allotment of territory for a freedom so earned too much to seek for? The African American professional experience in a leading economic sphere is vast, recognized, and proven. Today, we possess the expertise to design, implement, and all infrastructures to form an allotment of land into a modern nation. We have the tremendous benefit of humanity's past history and contemporary technology to build a nation and produce an environment in which the skills of mastery are passed on to future generations. Many a people have seen the establishment of a homeland as just reward for persecution at the grip of state-supported imperialism. Since 1980 alone, 34 new nations have been formed and recognized by the United Nations. The International African American Caucus brings forward courageous, committed, working professional leadership to participate in transition for those who wish to journey to this new nation. The IAAC's most valuable political asset is our incorruptibility and dedication to this cause. The IAAC supports the formation of a government by competent leadership that is accountable to the people, fully transparent, predictable, and ruled by popular participation. The International African American Caucus petitions nations of the world and the African American people to recognize the absolute right of the African American people to form an independent nation in Africa. Your nation's support will be eminently appreciated. The support of the people will be eminently appreciated, and we look forward to the future establishment of bilateral relations with various nations that will support this cause. We are impelled to pursue the warmth of our homeland. We are bound by duty to honor the legacy of our ancestors. We are obligated to provide an accurate interpretation of the world to our children. We have pledged to build a future for our people. And we are destined to join the membership of independent nations. This endeavor is a commitment and not a dream. It is inevitable. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Kayla, for posting.
David Hitt, Captain David Hitt.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. That was a what? Yeah. And those words absolutely apply today. And
Exactly.
I think
More than ever.
More than ever. More than ever. I mean, come on, man. It's just like, where this place is going right now. Look at the destruction of the destruction of the African American male, the family unit. All of there's so many things that we could have never imagined happened back then that have happened today.
They locked up Bill Cosby, for God's sake,
Yeah, come on. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, geez, it gets no worse than that, man. They freaking took out Dr. Cosby. He did all the did nothing but to give us positive images of Black life. They took him out. I got another one. I found the other one. Hold up, let me play it. This is my
let me ask the question. I want to ask a question from the viewers. What did you guys think of that?
Yeah, I want to know. Everybody,
I think it's a good idea. But my question is, what's the time frame where you see the implementation of this?
We got to have Congress organizing. We got to have a Congress. We were supposed to have that Congress. Remember that a couple of years ago in remember that?
It will. What's up, brother? With Kayla and I will say this: a lot of stuff, because now that this election's over, and that's a good question. To set up this stuff, I mean, the new website has got to be up. Let's touch base in the next 3 months, and we'll see where we're at in 3 months' time. I will be really on. We'll have a really good understanding of where we're going to be. One thing that I never anticipated was the introduction of AI. And man, this is.
Oh yeah, I like that.
AI is incredible.
I mean, I wish you could send it my email. I want to play that video, man. It's like this, but I got this one video I want to play. This is Brother Hitt talking about hydro energy, So let's play
hydrogen, the hydrogen infrastructure. This is one aspect.
Right. We open for main suggestions like micronuclear.
Of course,
definitely. Like that. We do. We're the only group of people that brothers we have a serious debate about energy. We would call that. Talk about nuclear energy and everything like that. People know what we're talking about.
Yeah, Mitsubishi is building a couple of $1 billion worth of a mega factory to produce hydrogen in the Netherlands.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to start construction in 2026.
These are the questions. These are the type of stuff that we want to be sitting around talking to people about.
Yes. See, like you said, that was a couple of $1 billion.
We've got the ability with pristine land, unoccupied and developed, with the proper planning and execution. And once that investment comes in, we build that hydrogen infrastructure, those micronuclear power plants. We produce power 24/7. No nation in the world. And when I propose that on the nuclear side of the house, I propose, and this is my submission to the brothers, I submit that the government should run the nuclear portion of the power plant. The reason why I say that is because if we have I think that nuclear power plant technology is a national security issue. Power is a national security issue. Stable power creates an environment for investment. And if we have our Navy or our nuclear power, whatever arm of our government, those individuals are running it. When the government is running the nuclear power plants, producing that power, then the cost of power is cheaper, the cost of power is stable, the cost of power is protected, and then we will get massive investment. So with the nuclear plant, that produces power that is necessary to split water, so you have a hydrogen and oxygen. So then you're using a nuclear plant, which emits no CO2, no carbon, which is powering the hydrogen manufacturing plant, which is making hydrogen, which is then going into the hydrogen fuel cell, which emits no CO2. So that is where we've got to go from the start. And if we do that from the start, we literally will have the cleanest air in the city in the entire world.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I love that video.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, and those videos are going to come out so much better now. Now that we've done all that and we reboot this, it's just going to be on another level. It's just going to be on such another level that people will honestly say, you know what, this, what do you have to lose? That's the bottom line. I always ask people that. In the end, you tell me, where do you see yourself 10 years from now or 20 years from now? Okay, kids right now can't afford homes. And you can't, going to the grocery store, the price is so high. Gas, with gasoline, hopefully, in this administration, all that stuff's going to come down. But, how are you going to go get a home at 8% interest and have to put 20% down and then have your quote credit rating? The pioneers, whoever goes over there, we're not going to follow Experian or TransUnion. We're not going to listen to that bullshit. We're going to have our own thing, our own way of doing that. And we're going to have other innovative ways in which we can build homes for people. Everyone has to have a home. 97% of the Singaporeans own their own place. And so there's a government scheme that they have, and it's through what's called the Housing Development Board, where people are using a special fund. They have a fund that when they're working, it's like a mandatory savings fund. And that savings fund.
I was talking about that last night.
Yeah, the CPF, it's called CPF fund, where we have a mandatory savings fund, and that fund can only be used to buy property. And then what happens is then the government works in concert with the population, help build the houses. They have the house. When the houses grow in value, they make more money. Then that money goes into their quote CPF account. And then later on in life, when they need to use that money for living expenses, when they retire or whatever they want to do, then it's there for them. So we want everyone to own a home, 100%. We want to have a home ownership society, and then we can do that from the start. And then based off of what a person quote can afford. And so there are many, many ways in which we will be much better than, like, we're not going to worry about what's your Equifax number or whatever, forget all that nonsense. Experian, tell us what your experience. We're not following their credit system. It doesn't mean nothing.
What equity, right? In the beginning, people that can't afford, they could use that sweat equity to build.
Yes, there you go. Sweat it. You do this job for this many years, and we'll give you this piece of land. And just like what Abraham Lincoln said, go west. Okay, put their stakes out there. Okay, all that stuff. So yeah, you can use your sweat equity so that people can then have a stake in land ownership.
Yeah, these Singaporeans are building land from the sea.
Oh yes, that's right.
They call it reclaiming land.
That's right. They've reclaimed a ton of land, actually. Yeah, Singapore. And then what happens is, because the place is a clean, safe place, and imagine if tourism comes and people want to come and visit this place, then the property values go up. Like, you can't even believe how fast the property values went up in Singapore, stuff like that. It's incredible.
But here, where do you see this actually taking place at?
Good question. There's some targets along the West Coast. There's some. If you look at if you do some analysis of the West Coast of Africa, you will definitely see that there's many places that this could happen. Many places that this could happen. So it's got to be in a nice place. That's all I can say. I ain't taking rocks and a bunch of rocks. No, it's got to be no.
Well, see, I was thinking the same thing too, because like I know I was telling Carla previously on some previous podcasts that I think it would be best if it's coastal because
Yeah.
I used to be stationed on a ship. I was on 3 different ships.
Which one?
And I was on a USNS supply ship. That was a civilian ship.
Yep.
And I was also on the USS Essex. That was in Japan, Southeast Asia. And I also
what kind of ship was that?
That was your ship, Marine, amphib assault ship.
Okay. LPH. Okay. LHA.
Yeah. And
okay.
I also did a hull swap on the Bonhomme Richard. That was another amphibious assault ship. That was a little bit bigger.
Yeah,
but, yeah, I said with you Marines, brother. I already know.
Okay, okay.
I didn't be to bust your butt, but I already know. But
yeah.
But that's why I was telling Kala that not to try to take over his idea, but I thought it was just something that made sense that it needs to be something coastal. Because
absolutely.
When it comes to the coastal, I think some people just don't process the fact that that's an opening clearing of in and out of transport.
Yes.
And that deals with, I know on my side, that deals with not only the sea, but also sky and land. So we actually have all 3 occupied and actually locked down, secured.
Absolutely.
But that's what I'm not gonna go into too much of what I dealt with, but that was just trying to get the brains of it, because when it comes to sky, I think what some people don't internalize is the fact that transportation, aside from trying to get other hubs that we deal with, like satellite, or in some parts also mailing system, because there's always in and out of influx that aircrafts need to know when they can lift off and when they can land due to the weather. But that's one of the things that I was just really focused on. Just, I know coastal, or some people just kept saying, oh, it doesn't matter if it's landlocked. Well, I personally disagree with that.
What I said was this, though. I'm at the point I'm so desperate, right?
But
like we got 25 square miles in the middle of the Congo and Zambia. I said, let's do it, man.
But Kala, like I said before, Kala, I really do believe in your plan. But I gotta be honest. Look,
let me tell you something. On the BI website, I got like several places mapped out. That's a potential that I had people look at and say it's a thing. You know, I'm not gonna say it on the air right now because people are like, well, Carl said this, nigga, and I know you know how trolls are. That we call them the government. You know, there's a guy called Colin saying, you know. So the bottom line is, yeah, I got a couple of places that that's ideal for this. You know, but I'm not gonna reveal that on the air. You know.
Right, I understand that, but my whole thing was just like Hit was saying, it has to be a certain location where we have actually secured that.
I agree with that.
Yes.
You know,
yeah.
I mean,
we're him and I on the same page with that. You know, we're on the same page. Yeah, I do.
Brother,
we got plenty of content.
Yeah, brother, as you know, when the Pioneer Force lands, we're going to land from the sea.
Exactly.
We got to roll up on that shore. Ramp goes down. Drive the machines off. We have Connex boxes already ready to go.
Exactly.
You already have prefabricated homes initially.
Yeah.
And then start rolling the machines off and start clearing land.
Clearing
that land.
And see, that's what I was telling Colin, like when he showed us a map on one of the previous podcasts, I said, your terrain, is that really cleared, or like what's that?
Yeah. Like? I told you right there. There's one area right in the thing called soil, right? When the whole area I'm talking about is less than 5,000 people. So even let's say we go there and initially start building towns and everything like that, within a few months we'll be the majority anyway. You know,
I understand that, but when it comes to the land, is the land steady? Because I mean, even though you showed it,
it's right there on the mouth of the Congo River. You know, so the land's beautiful and lush.
And we'll find the location, but brother, we're talking about unoccupied land. Right. Ramps go down. We start clearing. If it's jungle, great, because what's going to happen is, ideally, I would love to be in a tropical location. And when we roll off with the machines, we're going to have the machines that will grab the tree, cut the tree, strip it from the branches, load it up, because the lumber, when we clear the land, whatever, and of course we're going to do it in an environmentally friendly manner when we map it out, so that lumber when you cut a tree, that's lumber. So that's worth money already. So anytime you're clearing that land, you've already increased the value of it just by clearing it. And then eventually, as we identify that location, of course, map it out.
Right.
Then once that gets mapped out, then that land, for instance, the airport has got to be the first thing that has to be built.
Exactly.
So we got to start clearing land where that airport is. Get that concrete trucks off of there. Get that concrete plant going, and start pouring that damn runway.
See, I was just going to say that because you just made me think about when I was stationed on an Air Force base. One of the first things I observed about what they do, I like their base, but it's sort of built like a business module. Like they get the money to build the airstrip or their airstrip first, and then they say that they need more money so they can start building their housing around it. That's how they do it, like the BX and the accommodations, all this stuff like that. These barracks. That's what I think that's what they call in the Air Force base, but that's what they do. They get the money first to build their airstrip, and then they go back and ask for more money to start building their barracks and build other places around, like their schoolhouse, tech facilities.
Yes.
And so I observed that it's being stationed on that Air Force base, and that was really interesting too. Cool. I was like, oh wow, that's really interesting. And that's when someone told me, one of my Navy guys told me, well, we don't operate like that. So keep that in mind, okay? This is the Air Force. I said, damn it, I know. I'm starting to see that.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's just so interesting how different branches maneuver certain things, how they move certain levers, and how I don't know about you, but I know for me as Navy, I got the scraps. We got the scraps. Air Force got everything great.
Absolutely. But as you see, you already see it.
Yeah.
Once that and once you start and you clear off that land,
exactly.
You look at and all we got to do is we're not going to reinvent the wheel. Let's take a look at the best airports in the world. Okay.
Exactly.
Which one do we copy? A, B, C, D, or E. Okay, let's do that one. Go to that company. Give me the plans for that company. We'll pay for the plans.
Yeah.
That's it. We don't got to reinvent the wheel.
Well, we already got the blueprint. We already got the
That's
blueprint.
right.
We got implemented.
Yeah, we just got we'll pay you for the we'll pay you for the design. We're gonna know who the company is that already built it up, and then maybe we'll negotiate with the company and say, okay, well, we'll give you the contract.
Yeah.
Okay, give us a good price. Okay, it's not gonna. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we will build the most modern airport in the world. I'm talking. I want it laid out, bro. Okay.
Me too.
That's it.
Yeah.
Laid out, chilling, nice lounges, and the planes, African American Airlines. And I learned this from my dad. You lease the aircraft. So, say for instance, you have a flight from Atlanta or from Florida or from New York, whatever. You start getting flights out, start getting some military aircraft out. As you well know, you start landing stuff in a C5. You know what a C5 can do.
Exactly. Yeah.
C5 can bring a whole bunch of stuff to you.
It can.
Yes. And then for the air superiority.
I got my good brother on the line. I want to introduce you to my good brother partner. His name is Dollar Bill. You know, if Dollar Bill, this is my brother, Captain David Hitt. He's my partner in the Apex 10 movement from way back in the days, you know.
Yes, pleasure to meet you, brother.
Dollar Bill, how you doing, sir?
Yes, sir, man. It's my distinct pleasure.
He's a New Yorker too, man. So we're all from New York. Originally from New York. You know,
definitely listening to you guys, man. Impressed. And I love the ideas, man. I love the energy.
Yes.
Glad and pleasure to meet you, bro.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Pleasure to meet you too, sir. Thank you so
we'll
much.
Let people know. David Hinton, we're not alone. There's a lot of people who we over the years we come across that believe in this, right? They're in corporate America, they're in mainstream Black America, but they're out there. You know, they can't really reveal themselves, and they're for obvious reasons and everything like that. But they basically playing the game, whatnot, waiting for the right moment for this kickoff. You know, so yeah, this is something deep inside Black America. This idea of what we like when we saw David Hitt's video, Dollar Bill, played.
Oh, definitely, man.
That was powerful, you know.
Definitely empowering, inspiring, man.
Well, wait till you see when those like videos get rebooted now, man, it's going to be so much. It's going to be 1,000 times better, and that visual means a lot to just let people see, you know, what's possible, and everything that's there. Like I said, that means jobs, for many, many years to come. Constantly employed, good, for that nation itself. And of course, the medical industry. Hey, brother, as you well know, on that C5, you put all that MRI equipment. We have the best medical equipment that will be there. I want the best MRIs, CAT scans, whatever we need. We're going to get all of that.
Yeah.
Numero uno. And you don't got to worry about, when can I get into the MRI machine? No, man, that's a national security. You ain't going to worry about that.
Right.
We have enough people to do the things that we need to get done.
Yeah, we do.
And everything starts out with the mindset that the people are really available and ready, to change the paradigms and do this for the young people. I was having a conversation earlier with Brother Baruti, and he was trying to tell me some stuff that he felt that we were going in the wrong direction. And I said, listen, this is the right direction. I said, what you don't understand is that people have to be built for this. And maybe even some people who are enthusiastic, who can help here in America, might never make the voyage, right? Because it might be something for the young people to take up. But we can pull the blueprints together, put the schematics together, build up the logistics and the infrastructure that will allow them to produce the kind of men and women that we want the Afghanistan to have. And so when I told him that, I said, because he was trying to tell me there was some sisters that were uptight about the situation. And you spoke tonight about some of the sisters. And you know what I said? I said, you know what? We have to be realistic. If people are not fit for the trip and they don't feel that they can deal with a situation where real men are going to take over power, okay, that we're going to provide for our children and for our families, then you know what? Then maybe those women just have to stay here in America, and brothers might have to go to the continent and get a woman.
Yeah.
Don't even. I tell you this, brother, that's not going to be an issue. See, the sisters, they got to understand. This is going to be led by men. We're going to go back to the way it was designed to be. We as men have to come back and get back into control and be the kings for real. We need to be men among men. When that happens, all them, man, if the sisters start tripping, they're going to be women from all over the world who are going to want to be with some strong, smart black men. That's for sure.
That's why it's good we're doing this, man, because we lost our women, dude. In America, man, this feminist is really bad.
Yes, it is. It is bad. And once again, this is us, some of us that are going to have to leave, because what will happen is them sisters that are here in America, they're going to look at their sons and they're going to look and say, man, you need to be like those guys that are in the nation, that are in that African-American nation. You need to be like them. And then as they may want to come over, they apply through our immigration process. And then we'll see, then step by step, we will then open up the immigration to those people who we think will be the best fit for us. And if anyone acts honoring, everyone trips, we deport you back. We put you on the plane and say, good luck, you going back to ATL.
Now, brother, let me ask you this. Now, with coming to this term right here, do you think that we should have some kind of security clearance, or what do you think about that? Because I personally believe that we should, but I know.
Of course. Initially, the Pioneer Force, yes, we have to have security amongst ourselves. Yeah. And then we will have to implement a strategy in which we know exactly how we are communicating with each other. Exactly. And I think it's going to be a lot more simpler because, we'll be able to check people's phones. I do believe that when we land there, we will have our own, quote, mobile network. Because remember, the Chinese are putting up their own satellite system along with, you got Starlink. So there are providers out there in which when we land, we will be able to automatically have a system set up for ourselves for our own communications network itself. So we have to have that. that set up our own wireless network, whatever the name of that's going to be, and whatever that's going to be, and all of that. And so,
Because
and whatever you guys are, whatever your skill set is, you
Yeah.
guys will be the leaders in that skill set. So whatever skill set you are, whatever you have, you got to think of yourselves as leaders in that, where you have the license, you negotiate the contracts in those specific areas. I know wireless very well. I know the wireless system. I built mobile networks. I know how to build. So I know that area quite well. And of course, we know defense, Brother G, you know defense. And I know. So those are two areas I'm pretty good at.
Right, because I mean that's what I was thinking too. I was also thinking in intelligence, special ops, also encrypting and coding.
Yeah.
Because I part of me was just saying to myself, like, we need to have. I'm not trying to take over your show, caller. I'm not trying to do that. Okay, but I was just thinking, like, we just need to really have someone off coding and on coding where it's encrypted, because we need boots on the ground where we need someone deciphering and decoding like a network. That's what I was really thinking.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I really do believe that will be necessary, because with, again, brothers and sisters going to Africa, these are new faces, but at the same time, we still don't know these new faces. We got to become familiar with them. So that's what I was thinking about.
Yes, absolutely. And I tell you this, brother, what I learned when I was in Singapore and Malaysia, when I was there, and when I got out of the Marine Corps and I lived over there, and the brothers and sisters that I met when we were over there, we had no choice but to come together.
Exactly.
Because we had no choice, because there was no welfare. Nobody was going to pick us up.
Exactly.
We are the ones that had to come together. And I think that when we put ourselves in that position where ain't nobody coming to save us but ourselves,
exactly.
You're going to see that we're going to come together so strong. And I still have those relationships 30 years later with a lot of those brothers and stuff.
Me too. I mean,
you know what I mean.
I understand, because like I know when you said Singapore, Malaysia, I said there's a whole bunch of Chinese people there, and that's where one of my ports was in Southeast Asia. So I know. Yeah.
Sembawang.
Yeah.
Come on, brother. You see, a lot of military, and to the guys that are listening, a lot of the military brothers, we understand, like, we've been around the world. We have seen these places, and we know what can be done. Just on the ship, a ship is completely self-contained.
Exactly.
We know it can be done.
Exactly. I mean, like, I don't think some people realize it, but I mean, these ships, they're just many cities on water, especially if they're a carrier. Like,
yes,
I know
they are.
Carriers, they hold like well over like 5,000, a little over 5,000.
Yes.
I mean, they're just cities on floating water, just metal, and here some human beings, and you got on floating water. But even a lot of these amphibians, because I remember with the tsunami happened in 2011 in Operation Tamagotchi in Japan. I was there. I was one of the ones that was sent to the shore to do the cleanup. So I was there when that tsunami hit Japan. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was there. I was one of the ones. So I really do understand where you're coming from. Just me personally speaking, I would really love to see this sometime in my lifetime. I hope it would.
We will. No, this is
the U.S. Is not it. It's just not.
No. This is in decline. The Chinese empire is coming.
I was thinking that too. I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
And we can, and I tell you this, China has a lot of, China is very open to African American people, a lot more than people think. And
the moment that changed everything, our first building stood complete, a beacon of our resilience, a symbol of our future. Black Afghanistan, a nation within a nation, our last stand and our new beginning. This is more than a dream, it's our legacy, for every son and daughter of Africa scattered across the globe. Welcome to Black Afghanistan. Welcome home.
Hey, Captain Head, I want you to finish on your statement about China being accepting of African Americans.
Yeah, China, the way we can play America is, hey, listen, if you're not going to deal with it, then we can easily deal with the Chinese. Have no problem with that. And China, they will be more than happy to deal with competent brothers and sisters like us
Yeah.
Because they know who we are.
Yeah.
And if we're like, this is what we're down for, and we can negotiate with them on that, because they are peace, they want peace. China is a nation that has never started a war outside their country. They are all about money development. And if we can negotiate and say to America, I mean, because we'll be independent, we're going to be neutral nation. I don't care who it is. Let us make our time. I mean, imagine we create the Dubai of Africa. Everybody's going to want to come there.
Yeah.
We got flavor.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? FLAVA, flavor. Okay. No, we're different like that. We're totally different. Okay. Imagine that. The food. Look, I still like my
you and
beats.
Dollar Bill will get along great because we talk about that all the time. We got our own way, our African American way.
Yeah,
and we want to preserve that shit. We love that shit.
Our own way, man. Absolutely.
Hey, brother, you should go to Liberia with us in 2026. We're doing a
man. Look, I'm down for it. I'm down for
good,
it.
man. I'll tell you what. If you could join us on that, that's what we're gonna build. I want to build base camp where we can build our reconnaissance, military stuff. Because we already got territory over there we could do it with.
I'll be more than happy to do a reconnaissance
putting our military and stuff like that together. Now, I don't care who's listening. I don't give a damn who's listening. We're gonna do this. You want to come and shoot me? Go ahead. But this
we have to have the ability to defend ourselves. You have to have the ability. Plain and simple. That's common sense. We have to have that ability.
Yeah.
But gentlemen, this is in the next couple of months, I'm going to be able to reboot a lot of this stuff, and we'll revisit this.
Yeah.
And it's everybody. We know that we have no choice. I don't want to end my life sitting in a home in America watching Netflix. Okay, come on, man.
Yeah. And it's for the young people, man.
Behind. I want to leave something behind. I want to start something and leave something behind.
That's what I tell my son all the time, man. Stop, he's telling me about America. I said, listen, man, these folks have got a wrestle hold on America, and they're not giving it up. They're not going to give us any states. They're not going to do anything for us. So the best thing that we can do is take everything that we have and be able to make a future for our people, okay, in Africa.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're seeing the light, man, because a lot of people are very delusional about getting some states in America thinking that your enemies and
you can't build on already developed, highly developed land, not just developed, highly developed occupied land. That's just the dumbest thing.
You can't buy the hood. What are you doing?
well, what I'm saying is about the hood, you can basically hold on to what we have, right? And what I would say like this. If the hood got to be like a satellite of the African American state, it has to be a satellite to model after. Right now, Chinatowns are what? A model of what? China, Hong Kong. Just like duplicates of that. What is our hood's duplicates of? You see what I'm going with this? Once we basically build this African, the nation state, whatever like that. All our black communities, the poorest communities, will have something to look up to and model themselves after, and you'll see crime, all that will go away, and everything. Why? Because America basically has these neighborhoods that they reject, benign neglect. Basically, we got so many inner city communities they're not even part of America. They're inside of American territory, but you're not part of America. That's the whole thing. So we tell them, those communities that y'all didn't want, we're gonna make them part of satellites of our community in America, in the African, in America.
And then we'll be able to, like I said, marshal our resources, buy good pieces of land in America, reverse it, buy businesses or invest in businesses. Like in Singapore, they have the CPF fund is an investment fund is attached to an investment fund called Temasek Holdings. Temasek Holdings, we can just look at the holdings we can look at the companies of Temasek Holdings. So for instance, Temasek Holdings list of companies. So this is what they're investing in. So we do that. We develop a portfolio for the government, and we start reinvesting in companies in companies itself.
And we
So
give
for
those
instance,
companies contracts, you know, that we got
Yes.
invested in. So the stocks go up.
They started off trading currencies.
Yeah, it could be a lot of things. So, for instance, Singapore, they have invested, the Temasek Holdings has invested Alibaba. They own like less than 1% of it. They own 25% of the AS Watson Group. They own 100% of Capital Land Group, private limited, that's in Singapore. That's land development, the government. They own 71% of Global Healthcare Exchange LLC. That is, I'm not sure where that is at. They own Element Materials, 88% of a company called Element Materials Technology. So as we bring our money in and our resources, then the government will then reinvest that to own companies.
Right.
So
right.
They even own they own less than 1% of MasterCard, Singapore, believe it or not. And so we look at all of these companies and we can follow this list right here. And then we can develop another, like they own 100% of Singapore Power Limited. So Singapore Power is owned exclusively by the government itself. And then they, of course, they got a couple of engineering companies. They own 51% of Singtel. They own less than 1% of Visa, less than 1% of Tencent, 17% of Standard Chartered. That's a UK bank. So we can follow the same exact model. Take this African-American dollars, boom. Now we want to get a couple percent of a UK bank. We want to get a couple percent of Santander in Spain and all of that. Brothers, we don't need to build.
Santander, that's where I get my car loan from.
Yeah, Santander. Yeah, Santander making money.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were that big, man. You know?
Yeah,
no, Santander's huge.
Temasek also invests into infrastructure. They built a train station, I think Paddington, one of them, in London. So that's actually a potential investor for Africanistan too.
Yes. Yeah. So as you can see, where we can take this capital, and like I said, that capital then gets moved into ownership of companies. We get dividends and stuff on that as that builds up, and then we can invest in Tesla if you want. We can invest in whatever, SpaceX. We can
no. We're going to create our own Teslas, our own SpaceX.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
But we got to invest in something, establish stuff first to get that capital, and then you can eventually invest in our own stuff. You know, but you got to do like the model does. You invest in Singapore, sat back and just invested. Everybody copied their stuff, and then eventually built their own. You know, that was the thing. That was the end game goal. You know, so Singapore has the model.
I would look at invest in some Chinese companies. Look at some Chinese technology companies, Chinese material companies. You know, the one that does the earth metals, rare earth metals. So yeah, we'll have that. We're going to be smart with our money. Think of us as the financial hub.
Let me say this, brother. I was asked.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I was asked last night. Well, how are you going to basically do this, Colin? Look, we got David, brother, and ourselves we got the people out there. We got Black MBA.
No, we'll get them. We're going to get it together. Everything. We're going to get it done.
Once we pull all this together, man, it's going to happen. You know, trust me, it's going to happen. We got the picking people. And once we have that constitutional convention and everything like that, and I dare anybody to freaking go against that shit. First of all, we're going to deal with the black people, you know, because I'll roll right up on them and knock them upside the head. You know, what the hell are you talking about? I'm dare rolling Martin to say.
No, all those people. No, we don't even want. No, those people. No,
I want them to keep their mouth shut.
Yeah, that's it. And I don't want negativity. See, when we push people away, that's what's going to help blow this up even more. Why don't you want us? No, because we don't need you. We need competent people. We need brothers and sisters who want to build a nation for their kids.
Exactly.
We're not playing games, man. This ain't. I don't want.
This ain't a game.
I can go get my Gucci belt or something like that. I'm not interested in that.
Yeah. Speaking of asset management, have you taken a look at the new Texas Stock Exchange? And I think eventually they're gonna try to establish a Miami one as well.
Oh, really? I didn't see that.
Yeah, we're gonna be tethered to all that. Plus, we're gonna have our own stock.
Oh,
you know.
Yeah, absolutely. But initially, we can invest in these companies itself, and then as time goes on, we build companies in our nation itself. Then we can then build it up. But let's build in what is already there. Let's invest in what is already there,
and then brother Hit and I, get along so well because we complete each other's sentences and whatnot. You know, he's like, right.
Now,
But
caller,
I'm
why,
looking that up.
caller, why you been holding back on some of this information?
I have no look. Bottom line,
No,
I played David Hitz videos before. You know.
Yeah. I spoke to him today. I called him up today, and he told me about this show tonight. And I said, "Okay, I'm ready to get on there. I'm ready to come back in on the show."
I've been meaning to get him on for a long time.
Yeah,
you know?
man.
It's
So
busy.
it
He
was-
called me. He called me when I was in Liberia. I was drunk that night.
Yeah,
He goes, what are you
yeah,
doing,
you were.
man? I'm in Liberia. You know, on our tour. You know,
Yeah.
earlier this year, back in March. And when we was talking and whatnot, man, I had a freaking good time. Me and Bomani, man, we were fucking stumbling
Yeah.
drunk at this bar. And when I said, let me go outside and call my brother back, you know?
Yeah,
It's
that
like
was good. But yeah, gentlemen, I mean, I appreciate all the input you guys have given and asked all the hard questions. And because as you see it, you know, we've been on this for quite a while, and now like the timing is like, you know, I always say that it'll happen when it's supposed to happen. And where America's going now we know, like, black people are like, we ain't got no choice, bro. We ain't got no choice now, because this place is, come on, man. They've destroyed the black man. Come on, with all this trans and this and all this root type of stuff and all this kind of, come on, destroying families, all this stuff. Come on, man. You got guys in the White House wearing dresses, brothers. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Yo, brother here hates that dude, Bill Porter.
No, man.
He hates that dude.
No, man.
This gay stuff's out of control, man.
No, it's too out. Look, do what you got to do, but yo, man, it's like, you know, you're confusing all these kids and all of that. No, if you want to do that, stay here in America. You know, we're not going to have your week of all that in the nation.
We're
No,
not
that's
going
not
to
for you.
RuPaul and all these other people.
No, come on, man.
Yeah.
No, not interested. Just keep it.
That's what I was saying when I was telling the brother. I said, he said, oh, you're turning off a lot of these sisters and you're turning off people. And I said, you know what? That's a good thing.
Yeah.
We don't need that. We don't need people coming in trying to be pedophiles. We don't need we don't need no passport grannies running down there and trying to and mess with little boys. Okay, we don't need that. So if you want all that, keep that in America. Go ahead and find you a little place in the village somewhere where you can be you.
Yes,
do it in America.
Absolutely. Yep, stay right here. Hey, check this out. Temasek Holdings, they own Singapore. They own 3% of BlackRock. 3%.
Oh, do they really?
Wow.
Yes, they do.
BlackRock.
They own 3% of BlackRock.
We always see, like, Brother Hit and I, and even Dollar Bill, we believe in don't reinvent the wheel. We got successful models out there. All we do just, that's why I was saying something. You already got successful models out there. Just follow them, you know?
We just got to plug into them. That's all. We just got to plug into them.
That's it.
So when we talk about the Afghanistan, the African American nation, African Americans is a nation. Afghanistan is
we talk about it as African American nation. Bottom line is descendants of slaves born brothers that are here,
nation
the
means
citizens
people.
of the nation.
The Afghanistan means just the state, the territory.
And I keep taking off the K, which is silent. But I did that little futuristic video tonight.
Well, that's nice.
That's
nice.
the one that
Keep it coming. And Brother Hit,
I'm still working on it.
Brother Hit discovered AI too. I can't play his video because it's on my WhatsApp, and when I can't do it, so I'll play it next time, man. You guys,
next time.
Dollar Bill. Matter of fact, I'm gonna send it to you on
WhatsApp without question.
I'm gonna say
that's my thing, man. That's my new thing, AI, man. I love making this.
Hope y'all doing AI, man. We're gonna launch this stuff, man. Trust me.
You know,
I love
I do that with the young folks, man, and get them enthusiastic, man. Because, like I said, I got a 33-year-old and a 30-year-old, man. You know, and I want to see a better future for them in their life, man. I want them to be able to reach their full potential with no ceiling on it, man. Where they can help their own people and have real self-sufficiency and independence.
I'll tell you this, guys. I was in the Virgin Islands for a couple of years, and I was in St. John. And St. John would be reflective of what, like, the initial part of the nation could be like. And I can tell you this, like, and of course, if we had the island of St. John, we will blow it up. Like St. Thomas and St. John, you know, the locals there, they ain't running shit right. But it's if we had it, it would be I mean, 10 times better. But what I did see there, like I learned with the Weston St. John how they were desalinating their own water through reverse osmosis. So I saw the plant there. I mean, put it this way, even initially when the nation starts getting built, if it's like that kind of vibe, brother, you will not believe how many people will come to see that. Because it's it was such a safe place, a beautiful place. Your soul was good, man. And I'm telling you, it's going to be one of those places where, I mean, I had a dream of this one time. This dream, I saw it, man. I saw it like looking over a hill, looking out over the hill, seeing.
Yeah, I remember you sending me that video clip. That was nice, man.
Yeah, man.
Looking at the water in the Virgin Islands, that was nice.
Oh yeah, I mean, bro, it's going to be, man. It's going to be legit. Even when it starts off and we have 3,000 people. St. John is an island with 3,000 people on it. But it was such a nice place. The houses are fantastic. The views are just amazing. It's like you can't believe it. And when it starts off with that, you can die in peace, and then the next generation can go forward with it.
There you go.
And we're gonna die on roads that we name. We're gonna die on roads where we decided where the light was, and we decided the color of the light. Or you're gonna die in a place where you've named every single thing there. Everything.
There you go.
Okay? That's right.
I think people don't really understand that. And when you say that, it hurts the minds of some people, right? Mm-hmm. They can't accept that, but that's what manhood is about. Mm-hmm. I don't get angry with
why do you say it hurts the mind?
Well, it hurts their mind because you got to realize that. And I don't want to be sounding like I'm anti-sister because I'm not. But you have to realize that a lot of our sisters who have certain things in America, they have them through white people, not through us. Right? And so it makes them feel like, wow, if I ever want to have something in life, unless they're working, like I had an aunt that worked for Soul City, unless they're working directly with black men and going to a place of excellence, and then they get a chance to see it, okay, they don't believe that it exists, right, amongst us. But it does exist. It's just in pockets. What we're talking about is on a grand scale. And see, the only thing I tell people, like when the brother talked about that Caribbean island, the only thing that I would say to him, that some people in other places, even if they're not as developed as America, have a different mindset because they can see other people who look like them, who are ruling and have power. And so a lot of our young people and a lot of our women, they don't understand it. They've never really seen that. They don't know what that's about, right? So it becomes in terms of rebellion, and they're angry, and they have every right to be angry. And the women have every right to be angry because the men, didn't decide to take a stand, right? They wanted too much to be under white folks and felt that if they would just get with white folks, and this is not me, this is the generation before us that decided that they were going to put everything in a development of being an integrationalist and to integrate. If we just integrate with white people and show them that we're intelligent, and this is where a lot of immigrants are. If we just show you we're not like them, then you'll see the value of us. But people are never going to see the value of you if they know you have no power and you're powerless. They're never going to respect you. The women are not going to respect because they say, well, if I want something, I just go to the white man, right? So they don't know how to respect a black man. And that's why you see a lot of brothers saying, you know what? I'm opting out, man. I'm going somewhere else. I'm getting somewhere with someone else who treats me in a certain way. And we have these wars and clashes with the sisters, right? Because they don't understand. And I'm looking at a show today on YouTube, and you know what this white woman said? And white women ain't the authority on anything. But you know why she said that the men were having problems with the women not allowing them to be a man and to rule? Because their women had already decided that this wasn't the man they wanted to be with. He was their second or third choice. So she's treating you like you her second and third choice, right? And you would see it because if you're in the neighborhood and you see a guy, right, and you look at him like, I know this guy, he's not really about anything. But the sister's so into him. Why? Because that's who she wanted. Although he might be a dude who's not going to college and not doing this, but he's a dude that'll jump up and slap a sucker upside his head. And she's like, damn, I feel strong around him. I feel protected around him. These are things I hear women say, right? I know if somebody come up to me and try to hurt me, my man's going to put hands on him. See, women are influenced by power, right? And they complain when people are powerless. And so we have to take the L because we're not promoting power. Sitting under other men's nuts. I'm always arguing with immigrants about that. They think that I'm trying to deny them of certain things that I have in America that they don't have. And I tell them, that's not the power. You go to Thailand or Singapore, they're not up under white man's nuts. And there are places, I haven't been there, but from what I see, it's nicer than America. It's cleaner than America.
Oh, yeah.
It's more developed than America. They didn't do that standing under white people's nuts. They decided that we are going to do it for ourselves. We're going to have a better standard of living for our children. It was the men who made a decision that enough is enough. When is it going to be enough for us? When are we going to say, you know what? Let's do this.
And right now, brother, I think that, like I said, since we've had such social upheaval in the country, we've had such a degradation of American power and influence, a degradation in the quality of what companies are doing, in the rise of China, and all of, like in Dubai. Dubai is off the chain, bro. Dubai, if you go to Dubai and you go and you walking down the street and you look at all those Lamborghinis and Bugattis or whatever, the keys are in the car. You can go right up to the car, open the door, and press the start button and go. But of course, nobody will even play. That's how it's run. They don't even take the keys out the damn car. The Rolls Royces. Wow. That's right. That's right.
That's crazy.
I want people put their wallets on top of their car. They could go for a half an hour, go into a store, buy something, come on back, and their wallet, their phone, and their damn laptop is right there. Nobody touches it. Nobody touches it.
That's what is real law and real order.
Real law and order. Yes. And we can do the same exact thing. Imagine that when you see black people can put their computer on a table and they can walk away and watch. I'm going to walk away for 1 hour with cash and nobody touches it. Nobody touches it. That's what I'm talking about. And once again, we can look at the designs they have of some of their hotels and buildings, buy the plans. We'll reproduce the same thing. All the manufacturers, all the materials, where they're from, who did what, this and that, it's already out there. We'll be able to do the same exact thing. I want roads that are nice, that ain't got no potholes, that drain right. We can drive on. I want nice, clean roads, nice train system, bicycle paths. I want all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And we can build it. We're going to build it right from the get-go with the greatest technology. The wireless system will be whatever it's going to be, 7G or whatever that latest stuff is going to be. Man, come on. This stuff
We've got colleges, universities here.
Absolutely.
And you know what? I sent you something, Kala, and you were absolutely right. Asians are down in certain parts because they file these lawsuits against us. But you know, it's a good thing. Let our people say, you know what? Let's go back to black colleges and black universities. Exactly. You don't have to be the only one out here in these white colleges and white universities with these microaggressions. We can have our people go and be trained and taught by us.
Right. Yeah. And brother Elvis last night, I said, look, Asians are going through a lot of racism in America, right? Probably why? Because white people really do see him as a threat, right? And there's always this idea that every Chinese is working for China, you know? So they don't get, even though they have degrees, they don't get the jobs you think they do, you know? And a lot of them sit over there, they can't get jobs. So the Asian male complains that he's like an incel, you know, he's like a friggin' cuck. Because all the Asian women, white guys have a monopoly on Asian women. Can you imagine? You come to this country, right? Your parents tell you this is a land of free, whole, and brave, and you can't even get away. I know this Filipino guy, nice guy, man. Wasn't bad looking one night. And I remember this was years ago. He was like 6 years, 7 years older than me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he lived in a neighborhood called, part of Virginia Beach, called East Chesapeake. It was an older section of Virginia Beach, East Chesapeake, right? But he told me that he came to the United States, right, when he was like 5 years old. And it's a cool guy. He was going out to bars, everything like that. I don't think this guy ever had a girlfriend.
Wow.
Never had a girlfriend. You know, and I'm saying also, and he lives in like in a black neighborhood, you know, East Chesapeake, that part, College Park, whatever like that. But he always hangs out with a lot of redneck bars and stuff like that. The guy, he's one of those guys, hey, such and such, you know, women give him a mercy hug. You know, you ever see the mercy? When you start getting mercy hug, it's time to stay.
That little part of the shoulder, you know.
You know, that little mercy hug, you know, pat.
No
you know?
breast, no shoulder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
Hey, brother,
anyway, this guy never had a girlfriend, Asian guy. I said, damn, that is just sad. You know, they always tell me, these white chicks always saying what a great guy he is. Okay, date him, you know. But that's the Asian man. But people have this idea Asians are coming over here doing so well. No, there's a lot of depression in the Asian community, poverty, unemployment, just othered, you know, just
a lot of image problems, especially when white boys have descended on their women.
Oh yeah, white boys. White boys have the rules. Look, I seen a woman. What was it? What was I? No, what was I at? I completely blocked it out because I know I get mad when I see this shit. What was I at? Anyway, there was this sister, man, dark skin sister, but she was fine as hell, man. Right? With a fucking white guy in a restaurant, she's feeding them and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, you know, I forgot where the fuck was I at? I forgot where I was at. You know, I was walking. I forgot. I was probably in the mall. Anyway, I was just saying to myself, I said, look, the rules do not apply. White guys basically made it like almost a pain of death talking to their women, right? But now they're like, you know, if they're attracted to a black woman, they're gonna go for it, you know. And so people will say, build a black community, call it, marry black women. But black women got options now. You know, they got options now. What are you gonna do? You know,
it's not just that they're not willing. A lot of these sisters are not willing to do certain things. And if you're talking about going to Africa and doing certain things, and you know what? I talked to my wife tonight about it. I had this discussion because the way the brother Baruti made me feel like, oh, you're doing this and that to the women. So I just went into the room and I just sat down with my wife and I had this discussion. So I asked her, I said, tell me if I'm wrong. Do you think that the typical African-American sister is ready to go to Africa and roll up her sleeves for 12 hours and deal with this heat and all of the other things? She told me absolutely not.
Okay. Absolutely not.
She told me. So I'm not saying this. You know, a lot of people are coming, oh, you know, Colin, dollar bill, hate women and all this nonsense. No, the truth is the truth. So I said, you know what? I'm not going to do nothing. I'm just going to ask my wife what the situation was. And she told me absolutely not. They're not going to do it. Okay.
Let me say this, dollar bill. Let me say this.
Yes, sir.
When they see us, because remember, brother, we're going to have internet. We're going to be able to live stream from this nation. Don't everybody understand? They will be able to see the progress. In fact, we'll have a nightly news of African American news tonight. We did this many roads. We poured concrete here. We did this. Look at the sunset. So people are going to see our progress. And when they start to see them houses go up, brother, and then they start to see them be a beautiful place to see, that's when you're going to be like, oh, no, now I'm ready to come.
Yeah, she told me 10 or 15 years people will come. But I'm talking about pioneers.
Yes, and the first thing that we build, like residential wise, one of the first things, because I've been in the vacation ownership business, is we build a beautiful resort along the coastline, and that resort is vacation ownership. So now you can buy yourself a bunch of points that give you a week in this in the African American nation. So here's a simple way to put some capital towards it. You can get a place, you can get a piece of land, you can get a place in and we're talking about if we were going to build a resort, it's got to be laid out. I'm talking laid out. And with the resources over there, things are so much cheaper. Getting marble, getting labor, getting all that stuff is going to be so much cheaper. And we're not going to have any red tape and saying, oh, well, we got to wait for 2 years to get a permit. We're going to say that piece of land, build a resort. That's it, done. There's no,
and you
we got to go.
Local people's money. You put money in the local people's hands. And give them an opportunity.
That's right.
Make
We're
money.
going to bring those locals. Yeah, we will bring them there. We will bring, because remember, we're on unoccupied land. We will bring locals in. We will house them, and then we'll say, okay, that's part of that labor force to help build that. So we build. So now imagine a resort that has, say, for instance, 200 units. 200 units. Divide that. Make that for 52 weeks. So now you've got essentially enough rooms for. You got enough rooms for 10,000, essentially, for almost like so 250 units. Say we'll just make simple math: 200 units. That's like 10,000 quote weeks. And then in America, we say, okay, here's the resort. The resort's dirt. You want to buy? It's going to be very cheap if you want to buy into the resort in this new nation. Because that gives people an opportunity, because you know how black folk are. I need to go see what's going on first. So you come on
There's
over.
so much money that's being that people can have in terms of like nursing. Like my father's 89 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And if people could use their Social Security, and they don't have to have all their Social Security. Yeah. Like for instance, now in the Philippines, they've got state-of-the-art 24-hour a day nurse facilities for people who are elderly. And it's absolutely beautiful, man.
Yes.
And I'm saying this could be done in Africa.
Yes. Easily.
Everyone has to get old, and these people can live the rest of their golden years.
Yes.
Okay, looking at the Atlantic Ocean.
Yes.
And getting out there and getting exercise and physical therapy. Okay.
Attending national events and whatnot.
And have 24, and just for what they're getting in their Social Security, portion of that Social Security, 24-hour nurse stuff.
Yes.
This is what people are doing. And this is what I'm trying to tell people at. So when I say that to people like my brothers, I'm not going to mention their names. They think like I'm cursing them. And I'm saying you're living in a place where if you don't have it, okay, then get it. Bring the healthcare in.
But
bring the doctors.
But you don't think that they're being paid on a different pay system?
No, what I'm saying to you is this. They're getting paid on the regular pay system, but it's only a fraction of what it costs in America. And the facilities that they have, okay, is way better than anything that you have in America. I couldn't believe these people live, they've got places from like independent living all the way to places where you have to be attended 24 hours. They have all this lush greenery around them. They have all kind of classes for exercise and yoga and all of these different things. They have a natural food.
Mm-hmm.
These are the things when people, this is what I try to tell young people. Stop getting angry with old people here in America. The wealth in America is calcified in the elderly. They're the ones with the pensions. They're the ones with all of the money. What you want to do is you want to provide a situation where these people can be comfortable and you can make money off that situation, right?
Yeah.
You want to
Now, check
provide
this
them
out.
with the optimal care.
Yeah.
Let me add to
I do
that,
for a
you know,
living.
Dollar Bill. Let me add to
Yes,
that.
sir.
So as you said that, yes, we can build that, like you said, those facilities. Then we have local Africans that we can import in.
Yes.
We go online through a portal, apply for a job to come to us in order to take care of people.
Hey, bro, check us out, brother. Here, me and there's two types of doctors, right? There's attending doctors and a resident. Resident are people who visit. You know, like you have a lot of people. Like if you see an African doctor in America, he's always a resident. He's not attending. Attending doctor is Dr. Such. He's running the hospital. You know, that's a doctor that basically, okay, he's the one that makes the final decision on everything. You know, that's the attending doctor. You know, he's a doctor of the hospital. Resident doctor means you're just visiting and you go from hospital to hospital until you get your attendancy. You know what I'm saying? So bottom line is, what we have to do is establish ourselves as attending doctors, right? First, and build panels like that, doctors panels like that, right? And then you have from around the continent, you're going to have plenty of resident doctors and nurse practitioners and nurses. You know what I'm saying? And so,
yeah, of course.
Can I say something?
Can
I say something to the sister? Sister African Goddess said, no woman is going to risk her children's safety and health to live below a standard. We're not telling people to live below the standard.
We're going to have the same standard of living even higher.
People don't realize listen, this nursing home that I looked at, first of all, people don't realize, do you know that the Philippines is becoming one of the #1 destination, okay, for elderly people around the world?
The nursing system off the chain.
When I was there at the VA a couple of weeks ago, they had this whole thing of the Philippines, like a whole contingent of doctors and nurses coming there so they could see how to care and the level of care that needed for American people.
Wow.
This is what they were doing. They were studying this. They had a whole coalition of people.
I see it right now. Safe Haven Assisted Living in Cebu.
Yes.
Rain Care in the Philippines. Yes.
It's gorgeous.
Yep.
Why can't we do that in
home.
Africa?
Yep. Yes.
Why
we
can't
could.
we do something like that
for
our elderly people?
Brother, lead the effort. See, that the beauty is, if that's an effort, if that's where you want to be, lead that effort. Lead it. Yeah. Now, let me throw this out, guys, real quick. I want to tell you about how the tax structure works in Dubai. Dubai has only a 5% VAT tax. That's it. There is, so in Dubai, you pay 5% on VAT tax. There's a corporate tax that is up and coming that's going to be 9%. Now, it doesn't matter how much money you earn, whether it's stocks, rental income, or even trading crypto, there is 0% tax on the individual. All private income in the UAE is 100% tax-free, provided that you hold a UAE residence visa.
Look at that.
Look at it. So now you take a look. Now you take that. We take that model. No, you talk to brothers and sisters. No income tax at all. Zero. We don't care how you make your money, and then you have all you're paying is a 5% tax on the goods that you buy. So anything that we're buying, okay, there's a tax on those goods. I mean, come on, man. People are going to be able to live their life and not worry about, okay, can I buy regular ravioli, or do I have to buy Chef Boyardee? Okay. I may have to buy a can of Chef Boyardee. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember when we were growing up in New York, old school, I remember hearing stories of old people eating Alpo.
Eating that dog food and cat food. For real. Old white people, man.
Right?
Living like that.
I'm talking to, man, old people. They went in the house and they were eating Alpo. I was like, what?
Yeah, I saw this one thing it was like hunger among the affluent, right? And they had white people that had nice house, affluent neighborhood, but they fell short on food. Whatever. I was like, man, how can that? That's how I smell.
And white people don't heat their houses like we do, you know.
Yeah, they don't.
I knew a white lady I used to work. She was my supervisor, and she lived in the 80s, like, and she had a great big brownstone. First of all, they don't put window dressing on there. If you go downtown, and you can almost look like the ceilings are higher, so you have to look up. But they almost never put like curtains and stuff in their on their windows, and because they're white, they could take cold more than we do. They don't heat up their stuff like that. They don't heat up that. You go to a black house, you walk in there, it's about 75 degrees. You see people in the wintertime got their t-shirt on and a pair of shorts. Okay, white folks don't heat up their stuff like that.
Yeah, and they don't take a lot of showers either. And on top of that, they don't even use a washcloth. Okay,
brother, you're wrong for that.
No, but you know what it is. I never, like I tell people, the first time I went to a white person's house that lived in an affluent area. I don't know if it was really affluent, but it wasn't in the hood. It was better than the area that I lived in. And I got in that house, man. I was almost like, I can't believe how cheap and shabby the furniture was. When I lived in the project, man, we had my mom pop put down stone. We had wall to wall carpet.
What's that one material? Velvet.
Yeah, we had velvet. We had velvet couches.
Shit,
Yeah, we had all that shit, man. We had we had level law blinds. We had level law blinds that matched the same thing. We had color TV. So I just knew that when I went into these white people's house, I'm gonna see all this fabulous stuff. And I wouldn't even sit down on that junk.
Basic. It'd be basic.
I couldn't believe how white people live, man.
Yeah, and like, of course our houses, we had that incense going too. You walked in, it smelled good too.
Yeah, come on, man. But see, the thing is, I realized then that a lot of things have to do with people's values, right? A lot of stuff is with people's values. And see, some of us, we only think, we got great big TVs and all this other stuff. And I got to tell you, most white people I haven't been in a lot of white people's houses, but I've been in quite a few. And I'm telling you, they don't have the stuff that we have in the house. They just don't have it.
Yeah, they don't put a lot of money in like TVs and all the stuff that we do and stuff like that. They spend their money. What they do is they go on these nice vacations, stuff like that.
They love vacations. Their
kids got college fund. Like, how the hell they afford that shit? They got a college fund for their kids and whatnot. Our values. Yeah, we just value short-term material. That has to change too. I believe the African nation, people should have nice stuff, but live within your means. Everybody, like the Singapore model is the best model right there. The mandatory savings and stuff like that. Yeah. You got to teach people, like Quan Yu said, you got to train people. Live within your means. Live within your means. Have savings is important. Having a country that's savings, like America, after all these years, right? America's still a working class country, not saving and investing.
This country, the federal deficit right now. So for every person, it's about $100 and something $1,000. The deficit's just totally out of control right now. So our children, if we don't do this, gentlemen, then our kids are going to work for the next 40 years, and of the next 40 years that they're working, that 20 years of that is going to be paying taxes.
You know what I told my daughter and my son?
They're going to work 20 years. They're going to work 20 years out of the 40 just to pay taxes.
I told my kids today. I got something back from one of these things to tell you how much money my house is worth. And it's amazing, man, because like I was telling them, if they were to leave, like what Carlo was talking about in his show, if they were to leave the house, like my son's got his own place, he's in another state. But if they were to leave their house to which they were raised in, they couldn't afford to live in the community. And my daughter makes over 6 figures, but she would not be able to. The down payment alone on the house, and then she'd have to pay about $5,000 or $6,000 a month for mortgage.
In the mortgage. Yes.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yes, it is.
And
$6,000. She'd have to put almost
That's not
100 and
including
something
property
down.
tax. Yeah.
Okay, she had to put at least a year and a half of her salary just for down payment, and then she would have to pay, okay, about $6,000 every month.
Wow.
Yeah.
It ain't worth it.
It's just ridiculous, man. And when you think about that, you go, "Wow, man! How I feel for a lot of these young people here in New York. They're never going to be able to afford a place to stay.
No,
they're going to be
will
renters
not.
for the rest of their lives if they stay
absolutely.
here.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
It's crazy, man. And I'm like, wow, man.
You
And I
know
realize
those
how high.
just interest on the payments.
Yes, then you're not even man. Most of your money is strictly going for the interest.
Yeah.
And so the reason I tell people that, I'm like, listen, when my parents bought their first home, it was 1980. It was a 2-family home. It was approximately $54,000. And the white people who lived next to us, when we told them how much we paid for the house, you know, they were like laughing. They were laughing at us, right?
Because you got gypped. Your parents got gypped.
You know what? You know what they paid for the house that was exactly identical next to us?
How much?
$1.
I believe you.
They got in the Irish sweepstakes. The Irish sweepstakes was the original lottery in this country. And what happened was working white people would all put together their money to get a home. And they put up approximately $1. And for that $1, they were able to get a home. Yeah. So the same guy that sold us the house for $54,000, his family also won their home in a lottery for $1. See, that's the power of racism that people don't have no understanding about that.
The African American nation to get lottery systems like that.
That would be awesome.
It's a private sector, you know, wherever people have to do it, you know, that should be
awesome. Yeah, we could actually do that, but once again, through the website, if we have a comprehensive immigration system, like we have to come up with a list of questions. Who are you? We need to do. I'm sorry, but we got to know what your body mass index is. We need to know what other pills you take. We need to know a whole host of things so that we can be prepared for those people that need to come over. All right, so it's real talk. You know,
$1.
You're talking on the pioneer force and all of that. We really need to have people who are going to be able to, that are going to be able to be very productive when we first get there. But yes, lottery systems like that, I think the assisted living, those are great ideas, man. Once we build things for that, and if we implement a tax system like what the Emirates are doing, and we make it easy for people to own property, African American citizens to own property, and that we make it very, very simple for them to do that, I think we're going to be successful. Because like I said, I don't want to see my kids having to work for 20 years, the next 40 years, and paying 20 years of that working for someone else.
Oh, yeah.
Taxes. Yeah. Because that's real talk. Your daughter and my kids are gonna be paying taxes for the next 20 years is working for someone else.
Well, she's smart. She never left home. She got her own place upstairs, and she never left home. She's smart because, as much as we used to talk about that, I think she realizes.
Isn't that what I was telling Elvis last night? There's an awful lot of people, in their 30s, still living at home. Still living at home. Still at home. There's a lot of people. That's a resource, man. You gotta understand how this country works, man.
Well, she's got a place to park her car, right? Yep. She doesn't have to worry about parking her car. She's got in front of the house. She's got one of these little safes where people, when she want to get her Amazon, they just put in the numbers and they drop her stuff so she can get all of her stuff together. So she loves it, man. She's fixing.
Of course, that's great.
Thing. Yeah, I'm happy for her.
That's great.
That's
You know,
right.
I've always told my kids that because I've seen when we first got a house, I saw how white people didn't even pay rent till they were age 40.
Yeah, man.
Did not pay rent.
That gives you a head start in life.
And I'm like, whoa, man. See, you know what it is? You don't know how many people, man, used to try to clown me. Oh, Dollar Bill, when you gonna leave, man? You're gonna leave your house, man. I said, listen, man, when I got married, I moved my kids. First, I moved my wife into my basement apartment where we used to live. And then when she got pregnant and we got rid of the tenants, I moved up to the first floor. And that's where I was. And man, that was fantastic because you got grandma, grandpa upstairs. You got all the support that you need.
Yes,
if you worry about going out, you don't have to worry about. I could take the kids to her mother. Her mother would, hold them down. And it was great, man, because, even though I didn't have the money, I had a support system that held me down.
Exactly.
And if I'd have listened to my friends, oh man, you don't want to be around your mom and dad, man. Aren't you a grown man? Blah, 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 blah.
Yo, I went through that too, bro. yo, you know what the worst part was? When I was 24, right? And I had my own apartment at 23, right? I felt hard times. I had to move back with my parents, right? But I used to tell this one girl that that used to take me home from work, right? That I lived by myself, right? I was like, yeah, I got my own apartment. But I didn't have a car like that. And then one day, I'm freaking house one night, I was like, okay, you can go, right? And she stood outside for like a second. Then my mom go popping her head outside. I'm like, oh Lord. I felt when you're in your 20s, that was the worst time period, man. You still living at home, but she was cool about it though. But I couldn't look her in the face, man. She found out I live with my mom and dad.
I had a spot because my sister left me a spot at 21. So I had a spot for like a year or two by myself. But the whole deal was, man, it wasn't that far. I kept coming around the corner. It was around the corner and eat my mother's food, man.
Yeah,
because I had girlfriends, but none of them could really cook.
Man, look, the Italians, like the Italians and the Greeks, the son never left the mother until he got married.
You ever see that old movie with Richard Gere?
They never left the mother until he got married.
It takes out David. Do you ever see that movie with Richard Gere and that dude Paul Sorvino? He played the guy named Chubby, his uncle, whatever. And he was trying to move out. Richard Gere was trying to move out, and he was Italians, right? And where you going? Where you going? Where you going? I want to be on my own, Pop. You're not married. You gotta stay home and whatnot.
Exactly.
I was like, that's the Italians are.
Yeah, that's right.
But that's where the money came from. And we didn't understand that, right?
People freaking staying home. Nobody, I try to tell Elvis, nobody's out there paying bills like that. This is a relatively new thing and whatnot because of broken families and everything. You know?
People didn't understand that that's how you lose money going from apartment to apartment.
Yes,
and
right.
And see, the thing is, right? You're not paying yourself. And I was happy, man, because I was able, my mom died at home, that was the blessing, that I was there when she passed away and she passed away at home. And I tell my kids all the time, I said, listen, you got to realize that the majority of people that, Black African-Americans used to own a lot of homes up in this area and they sold them out. So we were sort of like the minority. And I just said, look at the Indian people across the street.
Yeah,
they got about 10 people living in that house.
Yep.
And when 5 of them moved away, every Saturday they come and grab big bags of laundry stuff so they could do their mother's laundry. It's like mind blowing when you see people working together.
That's why it looks like they're doing so well.
And that's what and everything you're saying there, Dollar Bill, those are the behaviors, those are the commercials that we're going to put on our television shows. Those are the billboards that we're going to put on. Have you called your mother? Did you do this for your mother? Did you do that for your mother?
Completely rebuilding the Black family.
Those type of things.
Giving the Black family a new chance, a new start.
We're gonna reset because we as the OGs, we are the last group of guys who really know how that life was. When we
Gen Xers.
We're the only ones we have, because these young kids cannot even dream about being with their two grandparents at the house, let alone seeing how other people, like how the Indians operate, how the Chinese operate, how the Italians operate, the Greeks and all that. We're that last group of people who know how that works. And even for ourselves, I was on Bedell Street in Queens back in the day. And I remember the house, man, my Uncle Neil was down there. I had my grandmother, my grandfather, aunts and uncles, man. I mean, it was tight. I was never left alone. There was always someone there to whip my ass real quick. Okay.
If you got out of hand.
That's how I grew up. That's how I grew up.
Bro. You know what time it was. My grandmother, she loved to switch. She'd go out there.
Yep.
I come back. She don't like it. Then she went and get the switch herself. One swipe, all the leaves come off. And then I'm on the merry-go-round. You know how they hold one arm and then you running around.
Oh, yeah. And talk to you while they tearing your behind up.
You got the belt.
You be like, this is hurting me more than it's hurting you.
No, it's hurting me. When I hate that you say that. It's gonna hurt me more than it hurts you.
And I totally support in the nation. Yeah, if a kid gets out of line, go ahead, put that kid on that merry-go-round with that belt on that switch.
And my father didn't have no switch. He had the belt.
They do it.
Yeah.
My father enjoyed the belt.
How about those hits? You got hit so hard you couldn't even holler.
Did you that?
You remember
my father
that?
enjoyed me when, my mom, she'll slap you or something.
Yeah,
but what she say when your daddy get home?
I used to get it both. I get beat my mom though. Something. Father go home and say, "What you?" One time I showed up for late for school, second grade. I don't know what it was. Me and my friends were joking around down. I didn't show up to class like 10 o'clock. Right? I didn't know how. Anyway, the teacher called my mom. My mom got home, whooped my ass. I was saying, my father. I see my father come and said, "What time did you get in school?" And I just woke up and get my ass whooped. Right? Hey, my father.
Yeah.
My father enjoyed ass whipping. My
dad. My mother was the smacker. My father was the belt. My grandmother was the switch. Aunt Josie, the worst beating of my life was from my Aunt Josie with the extension cord. She tore I'll never forget that one. And then when I got older, and when I got my little man strength, when I finally got my man strength, and when I got to lethal age, when I was in the Marine Corps, and my dad knew I was an elite warrior, he said, "Let me tell you something, boy. If you do anything," he goes, "I'll shoot your ass." That's right.
Hey, brother, mine too.
I'm not gonna fight you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
My father, 100%. If I raise my hand against him, I did something, he will take out a 9mm and he will put a bullet in my head in 2 seconds. He ain't playing.
Just like Marvin Gaye. I can take you out.
Yeah.
That was the favorite saying. I brought you in this earth and I'll take you right out.
Yep. That's right. You remember Marvin Gaye's father?
I never cursed in front of my parents.
No,
man.
neither did I.
Never cursed in front of my parents.
Me too. What did Marvin Gaye's father do?
Put that pistol on his ass. That's what he did.
That's right. He sure did. Marvin Gaye's father. I'll never forget that.
I was like I was like 83, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Early 80s.
I remember that. What? I was like, I said,
I see kids do. My parents had me so trained, especially my mother. She had me so trained that she used to keep money, like your parents would keep money around. Besides their pocketbook, they had little hiding areas and stuff just in case of an emergency. My mother would tell me where the money was, or she'd show me like a check. She taught me how to sign her check. And I knew kids. I was coming up in the project, man. I knew kids that used to steal from their mom. And I couldn't believe it. Oh, man, I went into the thing and I was like, "You did what?" I called my mom on the phone at work and asked her, "Can I take 50 cents? And she'd be like, you got all the money." And I was like, "Nah, Mom, I'm not taking anything unless you give me permission to take that." And she would tell you, if I had 10 cents, 5 cents was hers. I would never steal from my mom or do anything like that. But I knew people who would do certain things, man, and I just couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand how people would want to do certain things to their mother. I was a kid who used to like to fight, and I got in trouble fighting one day, man. And my mother came to the school. I think it was junior high. She came to the school and she broke down and she started crying. And I said right then and there, I said, Mom, you ain't never gonna have to come back to school for me unless you coming for my graduation. And I did it. Never again did she have to come back to school for me. I felt so embarrassed, man. I felt so low that I would put my mom through that, man. I was like, oh no, I'll never let these white folks see my mother cry again. Never. Never.
Hey, listen, brothers. Listen, this was a great time. I know it's for me, I got to get up a little bit.
Hey, brother, hey, just 1 second. I'm trying to play your video. I just sent it to myself by email. The one you sent me today.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
I'm gonna see if I can.
It was just something very quick. It was something very quick.
Yeah, very quick. Yeah, but I liked it though. But I want to play it.
Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, let's see if it plays.
1 second.
Okay.
Okay, I'm seeing. Okay. It says no subject. Come on. I said an email. Freaking computers are freaking pain in my ass, man.
But maybe you can play because you guys got to go to work. Tomorrow I'm off. I'm on vacation.
Lucky you. I got to go to work. Bye. Damn.
I gotta go work. I gotta work in the morning too, but
I ain't got no
I want
work
to play
to
this
go
video.
to
So if I can get loaded up, I'll play it.
I'm gonna turn over.
Yeah, I'll stay here with you, Kayla. Just see if this thing works.
What you call? I don't know what's going on. What you call downloading? It says downloading. Nothing's. I don't know. It's just
you sent it to your own email.
I sent it. I forwarded it to my email, so I was trying to open it up from here. So I can't get it to open up from WhatsApp on my computer.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see.
Let's see. I got the attachment for. Okay, come on.
Yeah, what I do is I put everything on either TikTok or Instagram, and then I put it on my YouTube so I can share it to you
Instagram,
on the YouTube.
Sometimes Instagram works right on this, but sometimes it's asking me for my Facebook information login. I didn't know Facebook linked to Instagram.
Yeah, Instagram and Facebook they're owned by the same people.
Yeah,
TikTok
so
is
what
owned
happened
by the
was on my computer right here, I can't get into my Facebook account.
I'm gonna send it to you on email real quick. I'll send it to you on email again.
Okay.
Let me do this real quick. Okay, Nation. So it's nation.kayla5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kayla5 at Gmail. Let me see if I can send this to you. Yeah, Dollar Bill, you OG, bro.
Yeah, I go way back, man. Back in the days, man.
Yeah, how old are you now, man?
60.
I'm 57 myself.
Yeah, 60.
Okay.
Just turned it in August. I got all my boys on there doing their 60-year-old dance on the thing. And now I see all these the 60-year-old thoughts. they're all on Instagram, dancing, showing that they still got it.
Yeah, that's great, man.
And my pops is 89. He's going to be 90. He's having a little difficulty now with his knees, but his mind is sharp. He's still got a sharp mind.
Yeah.
And,
I always tell
he's
people all
an
the time,
engineer by
well,
trade.
Colin, how are you guys going to do this, right? I said, look, everything starts.
I sent you an email, bro.
Did you get it? Yeah, I just got it. Let me see if it plays up. It plays. Let me see if I can continue. Let's see. Continue vid. Let's come on. Pop up. Come on. Oh, what the hell's going on?
Okay. You a Mac person or you got a Chrome or something?
I got it now. No, it's on now.
I got a percentage.
Play. It says couldn't preview file. There was a problem playing this video. Let me see. Allow. Let me see. It says allow. Maybe that'll do it. Okay. Open with a video player. Let's see. Video player.
Yeah, that's why I always send it to Instagram or TikTok, because they format it and then I put it in. Then I share it on my channel.
Okay, here it is.
Dollar Bill 46, cheap plug. I can't believe Elvis is this quiet, man. You sure he's still up here?
Jonathan too, man. So like I said, I can't play it, fellas.
Mr. Hit.
I got Prince of Pete want to come up and whatnot. You know, I guess he must have got relief at his job at McDonald's and whatnot.
Oh, don't mess
Somebody
with
come
the
to
brother.
the fries tonight, Prince of Pete. You know, you guys will be able to come up. Yeah, I was clowning.
Yeah, man. No, I would if it's getting extra money, man. But like, my thing is, I hear the ideas. The ideas it sounds beautiful,
It's
but
solid, man. It's solid, bro. It's many years.
no, but what's missing, what's missing, in my opinion, is the spirit of recreate. How you call it? Like the spirit of reconciliation.
Oh man,
Exactly.
that's
Yeah, that's
man.
missing.
That's,
And I think you guys need to sit with the AU.
Brother, principally, look, we've been there, done that, man. We the only reconciling is we want our own land. When after that, we can reconcile all we want. Get us that land. We're not, and I can show you some reconciliation, man. I'll be the coolest motherfucker you ever want to meet. But me sitting here with no land when is no good.
No,
you know that's my price,
brother. How many African leaders did you hear say anything when black folk were getting killed left, right, and center and saying anything? How many African leaders? I'll tell you this.
David, brother Hit. Remember the one that did it for me was, because you and I were messing around for a long time, right? Then after like 4 years, right? After me knowing you, right? That incident when Stanley Crutchett happened. That's what really made me go in. Remember that Betty Shelby? She blew this guy's brain out for he stopped on the side of the road to change a tire. She came up on him, drew her gun, right, and said, "Go," And the guy said, "I'm not doing it. I'm just changing my tire." Blew his brains out right there on camera. And the state of Oklahoma said you were completely justified taking a man's life because he was this big, scary black person. And you was this innocent white woman doing that. I'm sorry. I can't forgive.
Do you remember that girl that got killed in the store by the Chinese lady?
Yeah. It started the riot. It started the riot, man, out there in California.
Yeah, man. And she got away with it.
Started a whole riot out there.
All she had was a little 10-cent juice or something, and she was going to pay for it. But the lady shot her, man.
For nothing. This is what I'm talking about, man. It's these aggressions and microaggressions that people have to go through. Even black people who are successful, okay, in all of these corporations, the mortality rate of these individuals, especially black males, the only people who die at a less frequent rate, okay, than black men are Eskimos. Okay, and Native Americans. It's crazy. A lot of them are drunkards, right? And this is what people are dealing with, okay, in these corporations, what they have to go through, okay? These excellent brothers and sisters going through this microaggressions. It's ridiculous, man, what we go through in America.
But that's true. That's true. But
hey, Kayla,
the question. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I wanted to see if I could share my screen. Let me see if I can share my screen.
Yeah, you can share screen. Yeah.
Let me see.
It says present. Down the it says present.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, a second. Select the window. Yeah, this one. Okay. Share. And can you see it? Can you see this?
Did you say present? Because it'll pop a hold up. Yeah, I got it. Let me see. Add to stage. Let me see. Let me add to stage.
Okay, it's inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'll play this little clip.
But that's now one when you guys got videos. And see how Brother Hit doing? He can do himself. That I don't got to do all the work or that. It's tiring, man. People.
Okay, it's a little short video, and hopefully you guys can hear the audio. It's like 20 seconds long. Right?
Okay.
Here we go.
You got to turn the audio up, brother. I think you're on mute.
Oh, really?
I think you're on mute. Yeah. When you can hear it, we can hear it. You can't hear it, right?
I can hear it.
Yeah, we can't hear it.
We don't.
Okay,
hear it.
let me see. How did that work? How would that work? Audio? No, it's up to 100%.
Yeah, we can't hear it.
Well, I'll
refresh it. It did that the other day. You got to refresh it. You got to take it down and do it again. It'll pop up. Watch. Take it down.
Yeah.
Sometimes the first time it does that. I had the same problem the other day.
All right.
Take
it down.
Take it down. You know what I'm saying? Close the screen sharing and start it up again.
Okay, stop sharing.
Yeah, and then I'll start it again.
Okay.
That's what it did for me the other day.
Share screen.
Yeah, Elvis and Jonathan are real quiet tonight, man. I don't know what the hell's that's all about.
Yeah, but the point I was trying to make earlier is that Zimbabwe spoke up for a lot of African Americans. Different nations has invited you guys back for years. So there's not the fictional narrative that Pan-African is one-sided.
Hold on, Principe, man.
A lie.
The Principe, right? Principe, look.
Yeah.
We have the Hebrew Israelites, right, who came there in Ghana, right, in good faith. The Ghanaian government sat there and let them get their land taken away.
Let me try this now.
Let me add to the stage. Hold up. Can you hear it, Brother Hit? Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you hear? Okay, try playing now.
No.
Can you hear it?
We can see it though. We get the picture.
Okay.
We can't hear it.
Okay. I'll tell you what it's saying. Our ancestors say, you have been born with the right to return to your motherland. They say, restore our dignity and build a nation of the future. They say, possess your freedom. That's right, brother. That's what I'm talking about. Right there.
There you go.
That's what I'm talking about. Like that. Brothers, yeah, there you go. Come try to enslave us again. Come try to enslave us.
Yeah, hold on, but can I ask him a question directly? By your means and even your logic, you're basically going with it. Rather than go with a reconciliation, you're trying to lead with aggression, which can lead to the how you say the devaluation of your own movement, as well as your solid ideas will go to waste because they have soldiers over there as well. And on a diplomatic perspective, the ambassadors of America could label you a terrorist group. You make it seem like it's some simple shit that you can just do, but it's not really real. If you're going to move with aggression,
what would show? That's not aggression. That's defense. That is protecting what is ours. That's no aggression. We're not looking at taking a nation of their own. We're talking about unoccupied, undeveloped territory that we will build on that land. Once we build on that unoccupied, undeveloped territory, then we are going to defend that territory by our laws from any illegal immigration, from drugs, from this, from that, whatever it is. We're going to protect it. That's the bottom line. We're not going to be re-enslaved again. When you own your own weapons, guess what? It's very difficult to enslave you. Oppression is worse than slaughter. So it's not aggression. It is how can we, if we land on an unoccupied piece of territory,
people are not used to seeing Black African Americans really defend themselves.
That's right. Nobody is. Well, but if I put a picture of us in special forces, or if I put a MARSOC team or a SEAL team up there, everybody's like, oh my God, I want to be like them. But all of a sudden, when you see Black people want to defend themselves in a military, in a professional manner, that's when it's an issue, because that's what they're worried about. Everybody's worried about the Black
Lord, they're jumping around in our dashiki and talk about
yes,
and those kind of nonsense.
Hey, do y'all remember that dude? In fact,
Bob, being realistic though, you guys are trying to make it seem like okay, these lands are not occupied. They're not Soviet land already. You're gonna have to go sit with.
They're not. Look. Africa is extremely undeveloped. The problem with Africa is it doesn't have enough people.
Those territories are already claimed, though. If certain areas are already claimed by Angola, by Nigeria, by whoever.
Principe, you understand something? We're claiming. We're claiming them. How about that?
All right, but again, that's aggression. That's aggression. So when they
look, and we're ready to freaking fight for
There's
it.
nobody
we're
there.
claiming our territory. We don't care.
No. Yeah, but I'm saying there's nobody there. Then you have to sit down with the governments. I'm sorry.
No, we don't.
Principe,
These orders are created by Europeans.
Principe, I think this is great. I've just been listening, and this is wonderful.
The
Great, deep
reconciliation,
ideas.
they give us the land.
And yeah, I mean, these guys
Hopefully, we get the land with peaceful.
should go to Africa, get the land, and I think everything they're proposing is doable. They can do it. It'll be beautiful, man.
No, but are you listening to the same proposition that I'm listening to? They're saying that they're going to unoccupied land and claiming it for themselves. And
here's our job. Here's our job. Our job is to sit back, facilitate the space, and watch them grow and be great. That's our job. Don't challenge them. Slavery was something that was propagated partly by us Africans, and that includes your people. We helped to enslave your people as well from Haiti. So you could be a part of it.
Again, I get what you're saying, but as a Haitian's not gonna go back on some aggressive shit. We're gonna go down in the spirit of reconciliation and sit down and say,
they're not saying they're gonna go there aggressively, right? They're not saying they're gonna go there aggressively.
They're saying on the occupied land, they're gonna go.
Yeah, they're gonna get it.
Land, and if they don't want to give us, we're gonna do.
And like the brother said at the beginning of his submission that he feels that they owe that land, of course, because of slavery, and they're going back to their ancestral homeland. And I think, in a form of reparation, in my view, they should have a nice plot of land.
Reparations own
Nobody
land.
says that we strong on the land.
Principe. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. I apologize.
That's right.
When we
yeah, go ahead, bro.
When we land there, our intention is to build pharmaceutical industries where we can provide medical care for Africa. Our intention is to be able to manufacture that equipment, agricultural equipment, water equipment, so that we can deliver that and sell that to Africa so that they can develop their own lands. Our mission would be to bring in heavy machinery that we can then distribute to those nations in Africa. We want to be a part of the solution of solving malaria, of dengue fever. We want all those diseases. We want to be able to be a beacon of light for Africa. We would like to be that Dubai of Africa. We want our children, we're going to teach our children, our 10, like out of 100 children, 10 are going to learn Swahili, 10 will learn Hausa, 10 will learn Igbo. They're going to learn African languages along with Spanish, Arabic, Japanese, Chinese, and all that other stuff. So we want our children to be ambassadors to the rest of Africa, but we want to do it from our own piece of land under our complete rule. I'm not going to be carrying Nigerian dollars. I'm not going to take Senegalese dollars or Egyptian dinar or whatever. I want the faces to be of our people, the African American people, our money, and we are there to be to contribute to the development of Africa. But at the same time, we're going to defend. I have to defend my woman, and I'm going to defend my children from all enemies.
Right, friendship, and again, I don't think we're even going to be enemies to the African.
No.
They're going to build this country up. They're going to be successful, and we're going to admire them. We're not going to be there.
But you telling me they shouldn't start by sitting down with the already established lands and then cutting out deals.
It doesn't matter. That would be like a form of submission, right? To sit down and try to ask.
No. Already there.
It is.
No, hold on. I think as Africans, matter of fact, we should offer a plot of land to them as a reconciliational gesture, right?
Yes.
And give it to them and let them build.
Absolutely.
Don't argue with this principle. Let them have it. And then when I say they, and I'm saying, and you're saying, I'm saying this to you as well, Principle. Your people was taken from the continent, taken into slavery in Haiti. People from Brazil.
But I don't believe I should come with the energy of like, hey, we deserved it. No, we're gonna go in the energy of reconciliation.
I mean, but bro,
the
don't you
land,
think?
and you do whatever you gotta do
Feel?
with it.
Don't you feel some type of way from your ancestor being sold into slavery from the continent? That it was a
I
betrayal
do, but
of
if you
your
understand
people by
the
other black
totality
people?
of what happened, if you understand what happened, there's some of the tribes that were warring still there. So some of the tribe, like the victim tribe and the aggressor tribe, both of them are in your bloodline. For me personally, as a Haitian, so the Yoruba and the Fawn is in the bloodline. The Congo and the other person that was fighting the Bakongo is in my bloodline. So there's like a split in a sense. So at the same time, I understand that we are one of both the victim and the aggressor. So I'm not going to go with the spirit of, oh, you owe me this and this and that. It's about reconciliation. Our
You know
blood
why you feel that way?
with
Because
both the aggressor.
because of slavery, you have a landmass. We don't.
No, it's not just about landmass. It's about the energy. You see, it's the same way you want us to come to America and respect FBA people, etc. When you're going back, there's people that occupy the land. There's people that's also victims of the same tribe that you people come from. That you're going to have to have a respect for and a reverence for.
Did you dig up the Arawaks who originated on that land?
Bro, Haiti got his name because us Africans fought for that land. The Arawaks was getting slaughtered, and we the ones who helped them. Those running in the mountains. We the ones we the Haitians, us Africans is the one who made sure that land was renamed in their honor. So you can't say that.
Christian, I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something that's going to be very offensive, right? But this is alternative. This is an alternative view of it, right? So, in the case, like what I'm saying, in my view, and again, this is being blunt, African Americans or Haitians or people who are sold into slavery, they have no quote unquote land in Africa. And what do I mean by that? So if somebody was captured, and sold into slavery, their captors are now the owners of their land. You understand what I'm saying? For example, right?
Yeah.
Like my people, for example, we encroach on a neighboring, ethnic group, and we took a part of their land. That is evident in that place today, and we've been living there for centuries. So God, I'm just being blunt here, not to offend, but I'm just saying. So people who was taken into slavery, they weren't property owners to, so to say, like they had kingdoms and they had lands that they were going into bondage and they were going to come back and reclaim that land. And in Africa, that's just how it works. If somebody comes and conquer your area and they take your land, that land belongs to them now. Say, for example, my ethnic group and another ethnic group, we fought wars, tribal wars for hundreds of years. And usually we would settle the conflict with getting married to each other, and usually we leave if we encroach on their land. The last time we had a tribal war, we stay on that land and we did a ceremony, which is you plant corn on the land and you harvest the corn. And once you harvest the corn, that tells the other people, the other group, that you have claimed this land for yourself, and it now belongs to you. And they can only get that land back through bloodshed, through war. So I'm saying this to say that it's a gesture of peace and reconciliation to say, you know what, you don't have to come and take this land back from us through violence or through war. We will voluntarily give up this land to you as a gesture of reconciliation and as a gesture of reparations to you for what happened to your people. So it's not something in my mind that it's their rightful land in a sense that it was stolen from them or it was taken from them by force, because really, when you're captured or you conquer their land, you have no land rights in that matter. But as a tone of reparation and conciliation, we could offer them a nice piece of land and say, you know what, we're sorry. We didn't know what you guys went through with the chattel slavery, and as such, we're sorry for slavery. We're sorry for putting you guys on that boat and sending you to these, devils.
So you give us Monrovia? Is that what you said? You'll give us Monrovia?
I'm giving you an example in this particular instance, right?
Would you give us Monrovia?
Part of Liberia.
This is the instance I'm giving.
Really something new, a blank canvas, like that. That's really. I don't want to.
And when you mention Monrovia, Dollar, but that's a good example. And the good thing here is no, it's a good example because the good thing here is like Hit and Kyler, they don't want to come back and purchase the land, right? In the instance of Monrovia, those people bought the land. They purchased the land. They didn't come back and take it through violence. They bought the land.
Right.
So that's the point that I'm making. So instead of having to share blood to get land, or even instead of having to pay money to get land,
yeah, look, there's enough territory on the continent. There will be no conflict.
Let me share. I want to share my screen. I want to share my screen real quick. I want to show you guys something real quick. Let me share. I want to share this, man, and just give you a quick. Where is this at? I'm going to share this. Where we at? All right. I want to go present, share screen.
But thank you, Elvis. That was very reasonable of you tonight.
What's your idea of reconciliation principle? What is your idea? What does it look like to you?
It's basically what Elvis said. Go sit with the established governments that's already there. Go sit with the AU. Go sit with the regional leaders like Nigeria, whoever. Wherever region you're trying to go, DRC, whatever.
If let's say for talking,
so you agree with Elvis?
We're talking.
No, but Elvis wasn't saying that. He's saying that you guys are old and some kind of thing. I'm saying you need to reconcile. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me stop you right there. And we're talking about, let's say I'm talking in talks with, let's say, Zambia, Congo, or Angola. What the hell has Nigeria got to do with it?
Nothing.
Bro, if you're going to West Africa, they're one of the big leaders of West Africa. And all throughout Africa, they're very influential.
It's almost
their currency is in free fall right now.
It's almost 2,000 miles. Here's 2,000 miles away. What do you got to do anything? What do you think? You own Nigeria owns the continent? You know?
Yeah.
No, very influential. Very influential.
Look, let's say I'm
can you guys, Kayla, can you share my screen? Can you share my screen?
Not as influential.
Is it Kayla or Kala, right?
Yeah, either. I always.
Let's say if I'm talking about Angola and Namibia, what the hell has Nigeria got to say anything about it?
Yeah,
you know,
so
Nigeria was just an example he was giving, Kala. You can just.
That's all your mind. We don't bow to Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't.
Oh my God, this guy.
One of those people that think Nigeria.
Can you share my screen?
And you know what Nigeria's going to say. So why are we even going to deal with Nigerians?
Nigeria, I don't know what Nigerians there, man. We're talking about Dr. Nigeria. Get the hell out of here.
You think we're going to go to Mike Omowale? He start calling us the blacks and all kind of stupidity. We ain't got time for that, man.
So,
you think all the Euro brothers like Mike? I don't get it.
We don't care. Let keep them, man.
I can see the map. Show us.
Okay.
So I can see the map.
Okay, this is Africa at night. These areas, like this area right here, that's hundreds of miles of coastline. There's nothing there. These are places.
What are the geographical nations that those places are located in? Can you zoom out a little bit? Is it what Senegambia?
That's Gabon. No, that's Gabon.
Gabon.
Okay. That's in Southern Africa.
Let me see that. So if you look at a lot of these areas,
do Angola.
Yeah, this is Angola. Angola's right over here. There is nothing out there, bro.
That's not where Luanda, the capital city, is on the coast, or is that a different spot?
Yes,
80% of people live in Luanda.
Here.
You know,
80%
of people live in Luanda. The rest of the country is unoccupied. You know,
right. So that's what I'm saying. So the coastal areas will probably be most occupied because they need that.
No, just Luanda. That's it. The rest of the country is freaking. Trust me, I studied Angola for years on Google Earth and whatnot. It's freaking empty. You know, really.
There's a lot.
Most of our ancestors come from Angola. That's why it's so empty. Most of our ancestors come from Angola.
That's why it's so empty because a lot of people came from there.
The Portuguese took millions of people from that area. Millions.
Let me zoom in over here. I'm going to zoom in along the coast.
They got a lot of forest there.
Yeah,
doesn't matter. Whatever it is, we'll mow it down and make it habitable.
Look, there's nothing here, guys. There's nothing here. There's nothing.
Where are you pointing to?
There's a lot of forests. There's people. There's tribes that live in forests, man.
No, bro.
Where's your cursor? We're not seeing your cursor. Where's your cursor?
I'll zoom out. Here's Gabon.
Yeah, Carla, can you tell him we're not seeing the video? We're not seeing where he's moving. The video is kind of stuck.
You got stuck.
Can you? Okay, got stuck. Okay.
Listen, the bottom line is Prince of Peace always going to make an excuse. Okay, we're gonna go and get a piece of land that nobody wants. Period. We'll purchase it from the government.
We don't need to purchase nothing. No, we're not purchasing shit. The bottom
take
line
it whatever
is
however line we do it.
It's our chance to return and to rule ourselves. That's the bottom.
You see what I'm saying, Elvis? You see what I'm saying, Elvis?
No, and I said, I agree with that.
That's
and I
not
think
the
as
same
an African, we should be willing to give them land. We should be willing to give them land. That's the least we can do, right?
What are we reconciling with? What have we done?
Yeah.
Look, reconciliation cost. Princeton, right? In the African context, to reconcile cost. So, for example, if you want to make peace with your uncle and you've done something to him and you're coming to say sorry to him and you want to reconcile, usually you might bring a goat, you might bring a chicken, you have to bring something. So reconciliation can't just be through words; it has to be through action. And in this case, it could be.
I agree with you on that.
Land as a reconciliational gesture.
I'm saying
that's beautiful. You want to give?
No, I'm saying there's a difference.
That's fine.
There's a difference between between sitting down and having that conversation and establishing that energy, and then just coming to somebody's house and just taking some shit. It's two different energies.
There's no conversation that needs to be made. Okay.
How so? How so? No trauma in between the situation. There's no issues.
No, because once you get the land and you're able to do what you want to do with the land, there is no issue. What issue? If you're in a place where nobody wants to be, what should the issue be?
No, I mean there has to be some dialogue, Dollar Bill. Like you have to come and say, we want this plot of land. We represent this group of people.
I have no problem with dialogue.
Right. So that's what I think. That's what maybe he's trying to say.
What I'm trying to say is when he talks about to reconcile or to be recompensed, the reconciliation is not on I. If you want us to show up, and you want to have dialogue or whatever the case may be, that we're going to take this amount of land and so on and so forth, and that's it. And that we can establish whatever we can, with the governing territory on the other side that we can have a deal with. We can have people can come and work and have permits and different things like that. That's fine.
Hey, Colin,
usually you got to do a customary ceremony. It's like a covenant. It's a covenant between the peoples.
What you said, Brother Hit?
Yeah, share my screen real quick.
It's up there. It's up there.
I see Africa. You see Africa? So that's the U.S., Spain, France, Germany, Italy, Eastern Europe, India, China, and Japan, and the UK. That's how big the landmass of Africa is. And all we're looking for is something like initially like this, a little piece. That's all we're looking for. That's how big Africa is. There's enough land in Africa to say, here you guys go. Go ahead.
We can build 10 of these states and they won't even miss it.
But you still got to sit down. You still got to sit down and have that conversation. And Dollar Bill, can I ask you a question?
Ask Dollar Bill a question. Sure.
We're having a conversation.
Dollar Bill question.
Yes, sir.
So you saying that you don't have no aggressor tribe in your DNA? Because you're trying to say that, y'all didn't do nothing. So there's no aggressor tribe that's in your DNA?
Nope.
No, what do you mean aggressive tribe? I don't understand.
There were certain tribes that were selling people.
Tyler, you got an aggressive tribe. What do you mean? Like you have some evil DNA. Evil sold people into slavery.
Y'all haven't seen aggression yet.
I haven't even done.
That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about you being aggressive. We're talking about people
Stand in our way.
I don't know nothing about aggressive.
Stand in our way.
I never looked. I mean, that's a interesting way that you're looking at a certain situation. I'm not looking at it like that because I guess because you have your own landmass, you could afford to look at it like that, right?
No, so you got to be honest. That's what I'm saying. Reconciliation is based on all parties who did something. Some of our ancestors did shit.
I am not trying to reconcile with no
one. We didn't do anything but get in.
We're going to help the people that give us the land all around there to develop everything.
Yeah, the people that give
whether the people left you, whether you like it or not, you ended up inhabiting a land that the Indians lost. And you have a landmass. Now, what you do with it is up to you. but you inherited. We didn't inherit anything. You understand? Not even the boots or shoes, nothing. We inherited nothing. So there's nothing for us to be recompensed about. You understand that?
I don't. But I'll give it to you. Like I said,
he just
I'm not
explained it,
reconciled with
man.
nothing, man.
Listen,
My price.
Quincy, let me ask you a question, right? So give us a 30-second summation of how you think this process should work on both sides.
I said it already. Like I said, we come from bloodlines of both the aggressor and victim tribes. There's tribes that didn't do nothing and they got aggressive by aggressive tribes and they got enslaved. Some tribes became aggressive themselves and they fought back. So I'm saying at the same time, there's wrongdoing on all sides. So the reconciliation.
That's a bunch of hogwash, bro.
I don't deal with that.
So you telling me you did your DNA, so you don't have no Fawn DNA, Benin DNA, the Congo. Some of the Congos.
Well, we just got people that were enslaved.
All I know is I'm here by via the transatlantic slave trade, right? To me, everybody involved is my enemy. Whether you're in Africa, white America,
but your enemy is also in your DNA too. Some of your ancestors were some people that sold people, bro.
That's a bunch of nonsense.
You say you got Congo. I have the same type DNA. There's some people that were selling people.
There shouldn't be an argument, bro. It shouldn't go down that route. We're having a civilized conversation tonight. Let's not go.
No, but I'm saying that there's a need for reconciliation on all sides. We kind of blur to saying we're just black. There's different tribes in our DNA.
We don't see it.
Let her say something.
I am not trying to reconcile with no one.
Principe, let me say something real quick. We, as African Americans, we are a completely unique new quote tribe. We are totally different. I have nothing in common with Ibu or Hassa. I have everything in common with these guys. Kala, Dollar Bill, we all speak the same language. From the East Coast to the West Coast, we are a unique and different tribe. We are just different from everyone else. You're a Haitian. We're different from you as Haitian. You're a Haitian. You're different from us. You as a Haitian, you have land of your own. You have dollar bills with your face on it. You have streets that are named by you and your people. You have control of that land. You have the control of Haiti. That is your land. You have that. We don't have that as African American people, and yet we are the 33rd largest nation on the planet with no sovereignty. We are the 33rd largest nation. We're bigger than Haiti and the Dominican Republic and Cuba combined. We have more people.
But respectfully, right? Respectfully, we have to give it to the Haitians. They fought for that, that right to have a nation, and they gained that independence.
And that's right. They took and they gained that independence
because they were in the majority.
Principe, did you guys reconcile with the French? No. You fought and took what you got, man.
They actually negotiated with the French.
They didn't really negotiate.
And how did that work?
You never answered the question of what do you see there. You never answered the question.
That's not my point. Is not that you guys don't deserve or need land or should have the land. Yes, I'm saying at the end of the day, how you go about getting it, it shouldn't be on some aggressor or we gonna come and do it because they could go left, and then your great ideas will go to the trash because you have good ideas.
Principe. If we go, I was gonna say, Principe.
Get your land.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we took it from the Europeans. I'm saying if we was to go like the same way right now. Hold on, I'm gonna give you an example right now. Right now, Benin is offering land to all the diaspora, right? Including Haitians, right?
No, but they want their own nation, not to be a part of Benin, for example, right? So I think your point is they have to go talk to the nation that land is in, and tell them, like I said, this is like the question I was asking, this is how I answer it, right? And this is not my thing, this is Colin's thing. But I'll just give you an example. So a delegation that represents the Afristan, the eventual Afristan will go to a nation state, say Angola, as an official, delegation. In my mind, maybe have 100 or 200,000 signatures. If you don't have a whole organization with these many members, but at least 200,000 signatures, and say on behalf of these people that we represent, we would like to start a nation, or we'd like to start a principality, whatever you want to call it, in this part of land that we see that is unoccupied, and being descendants of the transatlantic slave, trade, we want this land as a form of reparation to our people for what happened to us.
As soon as they say,
and now you hear their response.
We're going to land the planes and start digging.
Exactly. And what happens is, and what happens is this: when they hear that, then what will happen is what we're anticipating is, okay, well, now I need $1 million in order to go ahead and bring this to the parliament, because the government has got the government's going to have to.
Ching.
Yeah. So the government.
So then, contrary to my proposal, how do you propose you'll get it?
Then no. I'm not saying contrary. I'm saying I always say we intend to diplomatically negotiate for this land. So the intention is to diplomatically negotiate. Now, if you play with us, if you play games with us, and you're going to put us on I need the $1 million there, we got to pay this guy off, that guy off, then once again, then you become like the Hebrew Israelites 50 years later, and the Ghanaian government says, well, no, that land is ours now, and you got to get kicked out of here. We're not going to allow that to happen.
And one of the things you can do to help facilitate that and make it easier is to really put this and publicize it in the media, make it a big deal. So now the spotlight is on that nation, not to be assholes to you guys.
Also, like David here is a military guy. I have every confidence when we build the cognizance and whatnot, we're going to have the proper military.
100%. Now, the nation itself, what they have to understand, that nation who, once again, these are places that have small populations. There's no way they can occupy the land if they try. They would have to import Chinese. You could take 100 million Chinese.
Africa is very underpopulated, bro.
And it's very underpopulated. So if that nation has to understand, by you giving up this piece of land as our reparations for the slave trade, you're going to make more money. Your country will have priority on trade. Your country's going to have priority on for
tax
anything
revenue and everything.
We're going to make the priority, and everyone in that nation, we're going to have a really we will be able to make a bilateral agreement between their citizens, like no visa to come work with us, certain things like that. We can establish provisions that will benefit that nation for the long haul, for the entire people, and not just a group of people in the government. Not just a few people in the government. We want the whole nation itself to benefit from us going there in respect and peace. That's what we want. But if people are going to block us, if someone's going to sit there and say, no, you have to be a permanent minority in America to the day you die, or no, get out of here, that's when I'm looking for 10,000 square miles. Then I'll go and say, now I'm going to take
1 million square miles. How about that?
Now I'm going to take 100,000, because you're not going to condemn me and my family to permanent minority in America for the rest of our lives with no opportunity to be able to control our destiny. And yet you can control your destiny. So no, this is serious.
This is justice. This is justice.
This is
not reconciliation. This is about justice.
That's right, and it's got to happen. There's no. Oh well, hold on. We're going to think. We're tired. We're done. We are bigger than all of you. And if say for instance, if the reason why Ghana and all of these other countries are afraid of us as African Americans, because literally we can migrate to Ghana and we can become 51% of the country very easily. We can become 51% of Angola very easily, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea. We have more than enough people to overcome their population and be the, quote, democratically elected government. That's why they realize, they're like, no, these Negroes, they got a lot of people. And if we're not careful, we could lose our country. So to avoid that, let us go in peace on our own. We'll go develop here. And then guess what, guys? We're going to make sure that this benefits you. That's what we want. We don't want to fight in the sense of, we don't want animosity. We want justice, and let's all grow together and show the world that we can work together. But if you're going to mess with us,
the African mind is like, that's the only thing I'm worried about, the African mind. They can't see that.
We are prepared, and we're prepared to deal with the African mind and anyone else's mind, because we're not playing. We are men among men. We are men. We understand oppression is worse than slaughter. Prophet Muhammad said that. Okay? Oppression is worse than slaughter. And so you are oppressed, it is worse than you being killed. We cannot allow our children to be oppressed forever, because now Hispanics in the country are bigger than us. We are at the bottom of the barrel right now. Plain and simple. Just recently at Harvard University, one of the brothers was just lamenting on the fact that in Harvard University, in his class, there were 70 African Americans that went to Harvard Law. Do you know how many black people got into Harvard Law this year? 17. So in the 1980s, there were 70 in Harvard Law School, black students. This year, 17.
Do you think the repeal of the affirmative action has something to do with that, or you don't think it does?
Of course it does. Of course it does. And of course it has something to do with that. And you know, and I know that no, they should not have repealed that. That's our only opportunity, because, like I said, we're never going to be the legislative majority in America.
Yeah, I was saying that, and people were saying that they should repeal it. I think maybe Kyle even agree with them.
No. What I was saying was what we did was, even though it was wrong, and I'm against that, Elvis, right? Let me make it very clear. I said that black people pivoted, right? We said like this, okay, you guys don't want to study college. I said that's a good thing for us. Know why? As more and more black people start going to black colleges, right, and black people start going back to black churches, and we withdraw from the Grammys and start doing Black Music Awards, we start withdraw from the Oscars and have our own film awards. Naturally, it's going to lead to the road of, hey, wait a minute here. We got nothing out of this U.S. government. What if we have our own nation? You see what I'm talking about? This is dismantling. They helping us dismantle this fake farce called integration. You know, they think they're hurting us. They're actually helping us. You know, that's what I said. They're actually helping us.
And for Africans, once again, shouldn't they be happy? Shouldn't they say to us, you know something? We see that you people have been. There's 1 million of you in prison right now. 1 million of you. Imagine if Angola said, hey, we'll give you guys the land, but we're going to only allow you to be 10% of our population, but we want you to be 50% of our prisoners. Nobody would go there. So they should say, you know what? We understand you got a lot of people in prison. You got a lot of people who are living in poverty, who are having a hard time, who are renting all their life. Man, you know something? Why don't you come over here and build something for yourself so you guys can live in peace? You are our brothers and sisters. They should sit there and say, here, take the land. Here you go. There's more than enough land. Good luck with it. See, can we help you out? That's what they should be saying. But when the jealousy and envy come in, when that crops up, which happens a lot over there, that's something I'm not going to tolerate. Because if you're not going to be happy for us to provide something for we're talking about our future generations. You know, some of us are in our 50s. Okay, we're not talking about, we want to go to get money so I can go buy an apartment in France, like those leaders do over there. We're talking about, this is mission critical. Our children like I said, who are working in the next 40 years of those.
Okay, Captain Head, not to interrupt you, I got a question here. And I want to know if you and Carla are on the same wavelength when it comes to how far along do you think you guys are when it comes to bringing this into reality?
Well, that's a good question, sir. I will be able to answer that question more in the next 3 months. And I think a good target was, probably a year from now. I think that we should be ready to have this set up so that we can have that constitutional convention. I really believe that. Believe that.
Contrary to that, Colin was saying that this may not happen in his lifetime.
I'm saying that to the level of whenever we say Africa, we're talking about the most powerful country and everything like that. It's fully developed, everything like that, to the point where it's almost the strength of the United States or Britain, right? That won't happen in our lifetime. But
no, that won't happen in our lifetime.
Started, and when that is going to happen in our lifetime. Trust me.
In our life,
in our lifetime, we can get the land, we can build the initial
I will see
homes.
that. I will be here to see that.
We can watch the development of the airport and the port. I mean, it's going to be a construction site. You know, when we're there, it's going to be work in a construction site. But guess what? It's going to be ours. We're still going to have TV. We'll still be able to watch football. We're going to be able to watch whatever you want to watch. You want to still watch your BET? You can still watch your BET because we'll have satellite communication.
We're talking about a highly developed civilization.
It's going to be. It will. Yeah, it's going to be
to that level when I'll be long gone, but it will get there.
It'll be a construction site, you know. And
so Colin, you agree that you're going to get this land in your lifetime?
Oh yeah, I said that.
Yeah, we're going to get this land.
Look, I had people, Elvis, 4 years ago. I was about to send a recon. I'll tell you, sent the reconnaissance group to Angola 3-4 years ago, right? But COVID happened. You know, COVID happened.
We're going to get this land. Yes, we will. You know? We're going to get this land.
Part of this people in Zambia, Angola, like, man, come over here, man. Every offers I get, come over here. People parts of the Congo, come over here, come over here. Come on. I've had years ago before I met David Hitt, right? I had a freaking Kenyans. No, right, it was right as about the time I met David Hitt, right? There was the Kenyans, right? Said, look, there's a strip of coastline. And I said, well, I don't know about Kenya because we're from West Africa, right? The dude, I was on a Kenyan broadcast, right? And they talked about it. These people, Black Americans, and I mentioned International African American Caucus. I said, there was like, they want a strip of coastline for slave descendants and whatnot. And then people called in and said, some people were like, yeah, it's a good idea. Some people said that was crazy, whatever like that. In Kenya, we have no connection to Kenya, but people were like open for it, you know. You know, so this has been going on for a long time. I get offers all the time. Mozambique, you know. People like all the time, man. You know, oh, another one is Ambazonia. I mean, I'm gonna get Frenchie mad in Cameroon. Ambazonia. I have a group of guy in the BAO that's an English-speaking Cameroonian. He's from Ambazonia. He said, y'all should build the African stand in Ambazonia. You know, we speak English, you know. So there's all kinds of people coming at me with our offers and whatnot, you know.
You think the Cameroonians, you know, the French Cameroonians would be okay with that idea?
Look,
you don't think Cameroon is a plausible place, Colin?
Hold on. I'm saying like this: the Ambazonia is trying to get recognized, and I joined this group at the time called the Organization of Emerging African States. Remember that, David? Emerging African States, right? That was right around the time the Biafra movement kicked off in Nigeria, right? And then you got the Ambazonia movement kicked off. All over the continent. You know, there's like 20 states in Africa that want their sovereignty and recognition, you know? That's all over the continent, you know?
But Kyla and Captain Hick, are you guys in one accord in terms of where you think the prime location for this Afristan is?
Elvis.
Right now, to answer that question, we have to do reconnaissance over there. There's some real, I would like to see more of a tropical area. I mean, that I do know from Gabon, Equatorial Guinea down to Angola. There's no earthquakes over there. You got no hurricanes, no storms. You got
Angola got a strong current called the Gulf of Benguela, a strong current of Atlantic Ocean current. And also in northern Angola, if you look at the Angola map, right, it's Google Earth, right, the Congo River is so powerful, right, that you can see the current going 150 miles out to sea.
So Carla, you seem pretty set on Angola. Is there other options besides Angola? It's not feasible.
Angola for years because
there's other options.
I like Liberia, but you know,
to me, Angola,
people don't want to go back and deal with that history. But I like Liberia.
No. I tell you the
place Liberia is too. You want about Liberia because it's got to be unoccupied, man. We can't.
Gabon is one of the best locations, and there's oil over there too. So
Angola also has oil. Has oil. And
so what is it going to be? Angola, Gabon? How do you guys come to a compromise?
No. This idea is right.
Angola has a lot.
Angola has
a huge territory. I'll say this: Angola, north of Luanda, there's a huge piece of territory.
That's a perfect area right there.
Yeah, huge point. Huge.
The northern part of Angola, right there on the Congo River, is the perfect place.
Right there. That's huge.
There's a place called Soyo, the capital of that area right there. Soyo. I know the administrator of that area. She's Celeste, Queen Mother Celeste. That's her niece.
There's nothing there.
You know, I know the whole.
That's a very nice area.
Run the place. It's
That's
nothing
a very
completely
nice,
unoccupied, you know?
yeah, totally unoccupied.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
and also like I said, the Zionist movement, right? Do you know there was like the Zionist movement kicked off? They said we just need a homeland, right? You know, there was like 20 different places. One of the places the Zionist movement talked about was Uganda, Kenya,
Yes.
right? Madagascar, whatnot. You know, some people say are crazy. Let's go to the Palestine. No. They want to make the Jewish state any place. You know, they were looking at the Congo. They're looking at Australia. Everything. And then people like, you know, some of the people who felt strongly about Palestine started migrating there. And that became the focus of the Zionist movement, you know, the Palestine. You know, so we don't know where it's going to be at, you know?
Yeah,
We don't
there's
know
a
where
couple of real,
it's
but
gonna
there's
happen.
some really good target locations, and that we can identify, and that once again, it's like if you went inside, if you went like a few miles inland, you were there, if you got dropped off in there in the middle of that in some of the land over there, bro, you'd be in trouble. I'm talking. This is some serious like.
Is there some
of those
land
areas
between
serious
Sierra
jungle.
Leone and Liberia?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, right there in Liberia, the hinterland. This is my opinion. I don't want to offend my Liberians, right? My brother, Great African, is like, Kala, man, you should build the Afghanistan in outside Nimba in this unoccupied territory between Guinea and Liberia that's completely unoccupied. That's whole right there goes rolling to the Ivory Coast. But the whole thing is,
Gigadu?
whole area, you know. But anyway, check this out. The only reason why I would say no to that is because because Liberia doesn't have a lot of money. See, Angola, the beauty about Angola is they told me, they said, look, infrastructure and stuff like that initially will be no problem. You just pay it back over years. They'll provide the initial infrastructure, you know, of the area we're trying to develop. You know, because Angola has billions of dollars. They loaned Portugal $35 billion. And they're like, yeah, they would invest the sovereign wealth into something like what we're talking about. They say yes.
So, Carla, the first concrete step is to settle on a location there, right?
No. We got to settle that we need one first. That's the first thing. We got to be on the same page that we want this nation.
I mean, you know, Mr. Tahir is saying that in the next 3 months he's gonna. Are you guys working in concert, or is it just independent thing?
Over these next 3 months, a lot of stuff.
It'll come together. Everybody got their own
we'll
ideas.
Get this together.
You know?
Yeah, we're gonna
get
this together. But the Constitutional Convention, we will be able to make our trips out there. But the bottom line is, there is so much land out there, brother, that it is.
There's so much land we don't even know where to start. You know, so
it's just people just have no clue how vast the continent of Africa is. And if you go 100 miles off the coastline, brother, you talk about you could be in places where a human being has not walked for 50,000 years.
Yeah,
that's how remote some of these places are. Literally, for thousands of years, you're talking about.
Principally, will find some kind of animal or something that we're intruding on.
Yeah.
Well,
no, the animals
on the freaking chimpanzees and whatnot.
Yeah, the animals.
Like, have you guys sat down and tried to reconcile with the chimpanzees?
No, it's okay. Now we'll tell the people. We'll tell the people in Europe. We'll say you can set aside a bunch of land for this new animal and all of that. You set aside. That's right. You give up. Yeah, you give up land. You'll build a zoo.
Like right now, Botswana would be overrun with elephants because the Europeans like, well, you know, you got to protect. Botswana has way too many elephants, you know, but they can't.
An elephant can feed a village for months.
Oh yeah, I know, but elephants, but they need to be done something about because they're destroying livelihoods and whatnot. Because there's so many, there's tens of thousands of them, you know, because they breed out so we don't have any control over.
Hey, gentlemen, I gotta go. I really gotta go now.
Okay,
yeah,
brother,
you gotta go, brother, because I'm here to the second of the month.
I'm a Marine, so I'm gonna go meditate for a while. That's it.
Yes, sir.
Hey, brother, what you gotta do is check us out. Can you do me a favor? Can you type your email in the chat for everybody so we can get a hold of you?
Yes. 1 second. Let me find this window again. Okay. This chat.
And everybody, if you got your answer here, email him. He always answers emails. If you got some questions with Brother David, you know, he's the one heading this movement.
Yeah, man.
You know?
Man, I've never seen Elvis like this. I need you to come on more.
Yeah, I know. Elvis and Jonathan quiet, man. I love this.
Nah, well, we got people who seem, you know.
You trying to say?
Carla, relax.
What are you trying to say?
People who say put together and are serious minded, we can have this conversation.
I was not serious. Come on, man.
I didn't say that. I engage you, Carla. You know I engage you, but sometimes you're quick to anger. You take every question as an insult, and this guy's really laid back. He's not taking anything as an insult.
She says she worried if the U.S. will let this freely happen.
Oh, we don't give a god. Look, I dare anybody to freaking say something.
See what we're talking about right here.
Did you guys get my email?
That's what I'm.
Yes, sir. We got it, brother.
Okay, will you put it in the back chat?
In the back chat.
Put me up on email, and then I'll give you guys my number. I'll send you myself. I don't want to put it in this chat. I'll send it to you.
Oh, WhatsApp.
No problem.
We were sending you WhatsApp information in your WhatsApp. You know.
Yeah.
We're gonna all be on WhatsApp, and we're gonna be communicating soon.
Yeah, we already on WhatsApp. Me and Carla.
We're gonna create a group. We're gonna create a WhatsApp group for this. You know, anybody wants to be down.
That'll be great.
A group.
Yeah. Yes, my brother. Peace, man, and I hope speak.
All right, I'm gonna end the show too, brothers. Y'all,
okay, man.
A good build, brother. Head, I'll call you tomorrow. I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll give you a call when I get to the office. Dollar Bill.
Yes,
I'll
my
give
brother.
you a call too tomorrow. When
I'll be here.
But like this, you know. So
all right, Carla, call me too tomorrow. We'll have a chat.
Call me too, Carla.
No, that's all right. That's all right, Elvis.
I tried to tell
You're right, Elvis, but you know,
I was gonna come,
but I don't have to.
I went to Minnesota for like a conference or something, man.
Yeah.
The dude said he wouldn't.
I might have to go up there. United Healthcare.
Hey, Carla, I'll be reaching out to you, man. But you know,
I might have to go up there. United Healthcare, where I work with, you know, is headquarters is Minneapolis. You know.
Yeah, I talked to the sister sometime. The one that has a thing that's trying to sell me some land out there, man. I don't know if if she's a crew or what. I think she's a crew.
But all I say is like this: we got other land too. Our guys got
she
land.
She seems
like
to be a very nice sister.
Let us handle your paperwork for you, brother. You know,
no problem.
We'll handle your paperwork and get all your documents and everything.
All right, brother. She did.
Have a good one.
All right, brother. Hit.
You too, my brother.
Dollar Bill, Elvis, Jonathan, everybody else.
Jonathan Miller.
I'll talk to y'all later.
What's up,
Papa?
What's happening, man?
What up, big dog?